Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all of you for being here. We're in our semi-plenary. It's a bit of a new concept. There's an English expression that says you can't be half pregnant, but nonetheless you apparently can have a semi-plenary, something we've invented here. So we're going to have a 55-minute debate around the concept of European sovereignty. The title of this panel discussion is Towards European Sovereignty. So let's quash a rumour. Donald Trump isn't going to be here this afternoon. He was on the plan, but he decided against it at the last moment. So there's no one who's going to speak against this, I don't think. But we'll talk about European sovereignty and where we're at with this idea and which sectors it's moving forward in, which sectors are lagging behind. Is the European Union boosting or holding back European sovereignty, and what political direction do we need to look for in terms of moving towards greater European sovereignty? So please leave me the fan, although the papers are floating everywhere is a good thing. Our tradition here in Aix-en-Provence is to give the floor to the economist who has prepared this panel. So that's going to be Emmanuelle Auriol. So I'm going to start straight away by handing over to her. Emmanuelle, in your view, what does a sovereign mean? Is it just about not being invaded? Emmanuelle Auriol, your microphone is on. First of all, I'd like to perhaps make a short introduction. We've got some incredible speakers this afternoon to talk about this really important issue. In some ways, one might think that there's a contradiction between sovereignty and European. Sovereignty is often a national concept, defending one's borders, but in the context that we are in, a single market, an integrated market, what we're talking about is a European collective capability to make our own decisions and to defend our collective interests in order to act in a very difficult environment, including in terms of our borders. We need a certain number of things to do that, and there's a number of obstacles to overcome. The first thing, first of all, is about production. Producing the things that we need to make without introducing critical dependencies. They need to build up stocks and inventories. We need a range of suppliers. We need to be able to recycle things, but it is a bit of a bottleneck for us as Europeans, particularly when we think of energy, because there's very little fossil fuel in Europe. The second thing is being able to control our technology, our data and our infrastructure. And once again, here, Europe is lagging very far behind, and I'm sure that we'll talk quite a bit about that over the next hour. And then it's also a question of protecting our citizens and our businesses, as well as our institutions. With the war in Ukraine, we see that defense and protection is a real issue for Europe. We are paying the price of the peace dividend that we cashed in earlier. We didn't invest in ongoing defense initiatives. So those are some of the key issues that face us. There are a number of bottlenecks, as I mentioned, and I'm sure we'll talk a bit about them over the next little while with our speakers who are here. The first thing I would mention is our vulnerability to the lack of cheap energy. It's a real issue for our European industries because energy is more expensive for us than for other countries. So it's very easy to say that we should go towards decarbonized energy. That's a cheap option for us, but we're the only ones doing that around the world because in the world we're seeing a turn back to carbon-heavy fuels. Technology is another bottleneck. We are lagging behind in AI, space technology, and other forms of critical technologies because foreign businesses, the giants of cloud technologies, are very important. And we've seen these big companies, for example, in the war in Ukraine, that can make key decisions about access. We've also got a bottleneck in terms of skills and talent. So we've got a lack of skilled labour. In Europe, our population is ageing. We've got too few women who are interested in science. That's a real issue for the European area. Women generally get higher education qualifications. They represent 60% of graduates, but because they don't take science subjects, they often don't have the necessary skills and qualifications to meet today's challenges. That's a key issue, and I think we could do something about that across Europe. It's a European issue, so that's perhaps something that would be quite cheap, to have a collective education policy in these areas. I'll wrap up here before I hand over to our panelists and give us the opportunity to listen to them. We have to think about the defence industry and the defence market, which illustrates all of the benefits we would get from working together and all of the challenges we face. The defence industry market is very fragmented, both in terms of supply and demand. There are 17 different types of tanks around Europe. The USA only has one. That's an illustration of that fragmentation, and there's a lot of mistrust of European countries with respect to France, which is a big arms producer. France probably has some accountability around that. It's had a bit of an arrogant attitude and hasn't sold arms to other countries and has kept its weapons for itself. So it's not going to be automatic. European countries aren't necessarily going to straight away turn to other European countries. A lot of our weaponry comes from imports, particularly American imports. So there's a real fragmentation. It's a real challenge for us, and I hope that together we will be able to provide a number of answers to these questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Emmanuel. Before we get into the debates and the different talks, I'd like to ask François Villeroy de Galhau, Governor of the Banque de France, to tell us his perspective about sovereignty, European sovereignty or European independence. First of all, I want to thank Nicolas Bétou, who is one of the best journalists in Aix, to ask the Governor of the Bank of France to talk not about a monetary issue, but about a linguistic issue. I think we all here agree about European sovereignty, but when you ask French people about it, they don't necessarily all have a positive attitude. I saw a survey last year. There are a third of French people who think it's a positive notion, a small third who think it's negative, and more than a third who think it's neither positive nor negative. Why is that? Because, as Emmanuel said, there's a bit of ambiguity between sovereignty and European, because sovereignty is often a nationalist context, and in France we often think of sovereignty as a return of a monarchy. We don't want that, but there are other words we could use. You could use power, emancipation. That's what Trump is pushing us towards, and Christine Lagarde and I both like independence. It's a word that central bankers like. When Trump talked about Liberation Day on the 2nd of April, and Christine Lagarde said it's the first day of European independence. I thought that was pretty good. Nicolas, I hope you'll ask me, allow me to have another extra minute. Whatever the words we use, I think the key idea is putting Europe ahead of the game, putting Europe the right way out. This, putting Europe in head. Here's a cap. Which I promised to wear. I'm not going to keep it on because it's a bit hot, but you'll see the message on it. Make Europe great again. Thank you very much. You'll have to keep it on for a little bit of time, so while people take photos. If we could hit my microphone on throughout the debate, that would be really helpful to enable interaction. Thank you very much, François, Governor of the Banque de France. I'm going to hand the floor now to Nicolas Duforque, who is CEO of the French Public Investments BPI France. I think you've got a bit of a more tricky perspective on European sovereignty. You've said we have been doubly colonized. By whom? Yes, about a week ago I wrote an article. On the Monday of the week, J.D. Vance had some very unacceptable words to speak about Europe, and on the Wednesday, the ambassador of China said some things that were unacceptable about Europe, and I was basically saying that people are talking Europe down. I wasn't wanting to be bitter, I was just wanting to be very clear-sighted. In terms of digital technologies, we've been colonized. It's not our fault. We've been colonized by big American corporations because of strategic effects that took place, strategic decisions that were taken in 2005, 2006. We were thinking of building a European cloud back in those days, and it was going to be built by one of the big European corporations, SAP, but SAP didn't do it. Then I think about China. They have 35% of manufacturing industry around the world. They're growing by 1 percentage point a year, and they'll soon get to 50%. And they're behaving like powerful people behave towards the less powerful. They are behaving in a condescendent manner. So that was why I said that we're being doubly colonized, a digital colonizer and an industrial colonizer. And I encourage people to read a book by Albert Memmi, Portrait of Settler, Portrait of a Colonizer, and it explains how colonized peoples need to allow themselves to create an insurgency against the colonization. It's a long process because when you start to be colonized, you don't necessarily realize it until one day you wake up and you realize that you've lost sovereignty. When you've lost sovereignty, unfortunately, you have to start turning towards methods which are somewhat Trump-like, rather violent methods. We're going to turn to the question of the European Commission in a moment. I saw an article that was written by a number of business leaders, some of whom are here in Aix, some of the unicorns, as they're referred to in France, protesting against the way Europe is locking down access to artificial intelligence with the AI Act on a European level. One of the bosses said this, made this quote, which I found was very interesting and relevant. Europe is starting to legislate, and then it ends up simplifying things. Europe starts by legislating, then ends up simplifying. How do you see things, Nicolas? Do you generally see things as a first step of legislation and then simplification later? Nicolas. I think one of the failings of our union of 27 countries is that we started to create a form of unity which is very legal. The unit of production is legislative output standards, and it's unlikely to slow down anytime soon. So under the authority of someone who was not very well known as a bureaucrat, Thierry Breton, there were some European acts, the Digital Services Act, DSA, and LSA. It was something that was developed from a legal mindset. France works in a similar way, legislating first, then simplifying. So we've had quite an influence on the European Union and the three-way dialogue between the Commission, the Parliament and the Council. It's a deep-lying problem, and that's why we need to turn things around. In general, and I'll be very brief here, those who are complaining are the people who haven't fought enough. In reality, we need to do more lobbying. Is it colonizers who have accepted their fate? No, that's not exactly what I'm saying. We need to realize what time we live in. In Europe, we have a legal and legislative timeline. We need to lobby the Commission and the Parliament. If you think about car production, there are big groups, so we're shareholders. Often only have 2 or 3 lobby employees in Brussels, but they need 15. If you didn't want the DMA or the DSA, you needed another 50 people to lobby the Parliament and the Commission. We need to fight. We just have to fight. Is the Commission receptive? I'll ask the question to the others, but in your view, is it receptive? Is the new Commission? Yes, it is receptive. It is receptive in terms of international trade, what we've gradually managed to do in terms of relations with China. No one could have imagined it. It's because of constant presence in Brussels, a message that is starting to be heard. It's a real hand-to-hand struggle in the corridors of Berlaymont, but when we win it, we do take ground. Stéphane Pellet, I don't know whether we call your company FDJ United or in French, FDJ. In Aix-en-Provence, we might say FDJ United. I don't know quite how it sounded in London, but what would European sovereignty mean for you? What does it mean to a company like yours? Yes, it is something that's very meaningful to us because we are called FDJ United because what we want to become is a European champion. I think very deeply that European sovereignty won't be achieved without European champions. We might make some political statements that everyone agrees with, but it will be a bit of bargaining, horse trading, if we don't have European players who will carry these policies forward, carry this independence forward, as François was talking about. Companies that will be able to make choices in terms of digital technologies. All of this requires strength, scale. So European sovereignty without European businesses is not going to be possible. I think the first thing to say to respond to what Nicolas was saying is that I think the position of the European Commission is a lot more positive these days. The relations with European Commission departments and services remains a fairly legal, legislative relationship, and that's difficult for businesses. We need a commission that talks the language of businesses and competitiveness, and it's not completely the case at the moment. People who work in the business world work on to a business timescale. I've known dossiers and subjects that took 3 years to talk about, and we were discussing with legislators and civil servants. We need European champions that will be able to go head-to-head with American champions. What's the issue? The issue is bureaucracy. It's a bureaucracy. The European Commission has its own KPIs, and its KPIs are not focusing on developing European champions. The second thing I would say, if you'd allow me, and this is something which is connected to other subjects that some of the financial and banking authorities are looking at, is that there won't be a European champion without European shareholders. There's a lot of money saved and invested in Europe, but it's not enough of it is invested in businesses. We're a bit of an exception. We have 17% individual retail shareholders. There's not a lot of companies with such a big retail shareholding. We've also got big institutional shareholding. So more than half of the CAC 40 has most of its shareholding held by American investors. That's increasing. That proportion is increasing. So probably the third thing to say is that we will be able to make European choices with European actors. So choosing slightly more risky cloud solutions might be a choice. 70% of European companies use American cloud solutions, and 70% of their data is in American cloud solutions. It's not because we like that, but it's because there's not a lot of other solutions which offer the same level of security. So in terms of gaming and gambling, where data security is very important, I remember when we were talking about the privatization of your company, which used to be called Française des Jeux, people were saying, you're not thinking really of privatizing, it's putting the tool in the hands of people who are into money laundering. Well, let me just say that isn't what happened. That wasn't necessarily the question I was trying to ask, but we're a company in which transaction security is vital, risk prevention is absolutely essential. Data is crucial because we're an increasingly digital company, so when I have to make a choice about where I place my data, my choice is USA or USA, and that's a problem for me. Is the problem, is it a different problem? Is it just a moral problem, or is it a real issue of security? It does raise an issue of economic security and security generally. And it's not that the big companies that host our data are not secure, but with the arrival of Donald Trump, I think everyone has become aware that even data services supplier that says your data is secure, you might not be entirely sure of it. Do you have an alternative? No, not yet. Not really. There are some people saying there's a start of an alternative offering, but the thing that's really interesting to say is that we have an association of businesses alongside the French Information Services Security Directorate who said there's maybe not an overall solution, but we might be able to take a little bit more greater level of risk and ask and store some of the data in Europe. It's not just about European sovereignty, it's in our interest. Thank you very much. Jean-Louis Giraudot, you are Managing Director and CEO of Lazare Investment Banking. You obviously work in the financial services industry and you support European international development. You've led a number of transactions which might not be exactly what we dream of in terms of European sovereignty, in terms of M&A activity, but perhaps that's your role as an investment banker. You said that European sovereignty starts with individual states renouncing a bit of their national sovereignty to build European sovereignty. If you want to talk about the different transactions, we can talk about them, but we might do it outside of this panel discussion. I think, as Nicolas said, we are at a tipping point in terms of our European history. We're talking about sovereignty not in the same way that we talk about national sovereignty, but as François said, we're talking of sovereignty in terms of independence and power. Let's not forget that the European project has been built in order to take power away from nation states who had abused it up till then, and we said we'll dilute it in a big legal construction to avoid the risk of going back to war with one another again. We're currently going through a transition. The way it was built was fundamental, and it's evident in the way that Europe has been put together. Europe is now realizing that it's important to move away from the refusal of power. It's not a really very easy thing to do, but in crises and times of shock, or with the arrival of China, with USA pulling out, we're getting more and more isolated in the world. Our demography is not great. Our proportion of world GDP, we've only got 4 really big technological companies. We've got banks which are a fraction of what the banks in America represents. Europe needs to change. Europe had built its relationship with the world on the basis of contractualization, whereas other countries had built a balance of power. There's a new situation. It's a new situation for European philosophy. So the nation states need to accept their dependency, their interdependency. We need to agree to decide things on a European level. It's becoming obvious. You've given a number of examples. Let's talk about the defense sector, which was mentioned earlier. It's a sensitive issue. It's one of the most important industries for each of the countries in the European Union, but it's also a sector in which the gap is biggest between what we'd like to do and what we actually do day to day. We've done the easiest steps. We've promised some resource. We've developed some initiatives, the European Defence Fund and other funds that are being used, particularly to support Ukraine. But what we need to do, and we're a long way off at the moment, is to define 1 or 2 programs for each major defence function. There'll be large-scale programs with one single European consortium, and all European countries need to commit to buy from this consortium. We're doing the opposite of that. I don't know how many military programs we have, 3 fighter planes, 2 multinational programs for fighter planes. I don't know how many tanks. We've got more F-35s in Europe from the USA than European planes. We've got a program for the Franco-German tanks. So we've got 2 kind of Iron Dome, French-Italian project, and an Israeli-French project. All of that, We see it in all sorts of areas where we need to build European champions. The French president has been criticised for some of his points of view on this area, but he's right to say that one state can't have all the champions. We need to invest in European champions that are the best placed to go forward in those areas, and each state needs to recognise that there are strengths and weaknesses everywhere. So it means accepting the fact of letting go an instrument of power. Yes, letting go of something at the wrong scale. That means that public opinion and government needs to become aware that there is a European interest, and that requires long-term political effort. So what you're saying is all this is happening at a time when the populations are generally turning against Europe. They want to go back to a form of nationalism. We're seeing that in countries where governments were elected on that basis, on that kind of policy, and we can see that in surveys ahead of the elections that are coming up in the next couple of years. How can we move beyond this contradiction? In my view, that will take time. On a European level, we need to put in place some actions that are relevant to European citizens. We need the European Union to get a hold of concrete issues. Defence is perhaps one of them, but it's also a very symbolic issue, and not all Europeans say things in the same way. The need to work together for a defence is perceived differently in Warsaw and Helsinki than it is in Madrid. You see that in the surveys. There are other issues. Education is a central issue where we would need to draw inspiration from different countries in order to catch up, and that's the case for our country, France in particular. So there are issues where Europe needs to respond. We need to put in place some cultural programs. We had the Franco-German exchange program at Erasmus. There was a sense of European citizenship, and we need to encourage it through concrete actions. Thank you very much. François Villois de Gallo, you looked like you weren't entirely sure of what was being said, whether or not you have a cap on your head, about the fact that some European populations turning against Europe, or in any case, somewhat opposed or mistrustful towards Europe. Is that right or wrong? Let me just illustrate it with one success, the euro. But I just want to bring a little bit of cultural insight from Paul Cézanne, someone who, if we're not careful, we accept tranquil mediocrity. We need to avoid accepting tranquil mediocrity. So why do I talk about the euro? Enrico Letta here wrote an incredible report, and then Mario Draghi has written a brilliant report recently. And what they're talking about is transposing what we did in terms of monetary sovereignty 25 years ago towards economic and financial sovereignty. On the basis of monetary sovereignty, the euro, I wanted to give you prudent reasons for help. The first one, and that's why Nicolas, my body language wasn't necessarily in agreement with you. The euro is a major political success. The euro started in France with 51% support. That was the referendum in 1992. In the Euro survey, the support for the euro has never been as high. 79% of French people and 83% of Europeans support it. So we're living in a time of alleged Euroscepticism and populism. When Europe shows that it can work hard towards a common objective, it can be popular. The second lesson I would talk about, and here about America's Enrico's superior logic. How can we face up to the financial and economic power of America? One of the key thing was having a mobilizing date. The 1st of January 1990 was a key date. We focused everything And with the single market, Jacques Delors focused on the 1st January 1993. Everyone focused on the same deadline, the same dates. Deep state and business, everyone was working towards the same thing. I think we need a date, 1st January 2028, for our economic and financial response to Trump and the Chinese. And then the euro was a really embodied thing. The notes in our pocket were euros, so we need to mobilize European savings investments in order to make concrete conquests. So there are three areas I'd mention: defense, artificial intelligence, and decarbonized energy. I think we can make some concrete promises that will change people's daily lives. One third lesson, if you allow me, Nicolas, with a bit of historical perspective. Sovereignty is never a static comfort. It needs to be a dynamic conquest. In terms of monetary sovereignty, we scored points. Jean-Louis, we shared sovereignty in order to enhance our sovereignty, but we have today a risk and an opportunity. The risk is technological. It's what we refer to as stable coins. There are private currencies issued by non-state, non-public actors in dollars, and it's important that we ensure our European sovereignty with a digital currency. I'm going to finish on a note of hope. With everything that's going on around the American administration, there is an expectation to make a monetary and a financial European union. It will have to happen progressively and gradually with more European assistance to build the defence industry. There'll be some pooling of national debt. There's no obvious solution, but with Christine Lagarde and a certain number of other European actors, I think that we need to talk about the international role of the euro and everything we need to do to strengthen our European financial market will contribute to the external appeal of Europe, because more Europe will be integrated financially, we'll get equity from the outside.
Thank you very much. So, is the European Commission up to the task? Well, on the monetary Europe, it's happening more in Frankfurt than in Brussels, actually. So what does that mean? That means that you have all free... No, I'm very happy to say good things about the Commission. The Commission is evolving. I think we need to accelerate a bit on the mobilizing date. Maybe the portfolios are a bit all over, but I can guarantee you that in Frankfurt there's 26 people around the table, and I am an old-fashioned type of governor. I probably attended 100 boards of governors, and I go once a month, and I've never felt such a European will than since last January. Board after board, board meeting after board meeting. Before we give the floor to Enrico Letta, I would like to go back on the speed factor. I think it's absolutely fundamental. In European companies, there's an expectation, huge expectations, and Stefan explained it, of change, that to go faster and to faster adaptation. We want the European Commission, to be more proactive and react more quickly to the world as it is versus the world as we would like it to be. Unfortunately, this is not the world we live in. And when I see this morning that the European Ombudsman is attacking the President of the European Commission by going too fast and not respecting such and such procedure, I think this is crazy. Stéphane Pallez, I wanted just to add something. First of all, when we remember the word sovereignty for companies, historically, companies used to be afraid that it would be a way to stop them from doing what they want. And what I see is that today companies are asking to go down that route. So this is quite new. Whenever we look at the boss of the MEDEF who signs the tribune for the economic sovereignty by calling everyone to take decisions together, it's very new. The other thing is for companies, to get back to what François was saying on citizens, French citizens and European citizens, we all agree, but the European citizens are not all in agreement yet. And I believe that companies have a very important role to play there. So the Commission has, of course, its role to play. Companies have their role to play because they are vectors of trust and transformation. Because today, in the institutions that the citizens trust, the political authorities are very low in the ratings, and the companies are fairly well rated since COVID, because they have a capacity. They have shown their capacity to transform themselves in middle-term projects with communities of employees, and not to worry only about profit every day, because they think that they have more benefits by not doing so. So I think one French person out of 10 believes that we can stop exchanging with the rest of the world. So we're not there yet, and unfortunately, citizens are voting, or fortunately, they're voting, so they're going to have to be convinced as well. Enrico Letta, you're the president of the Institute Jacques Delors. You were with the Italian government. You held several ministerial positions in Italy. You were nearly the boss of Sciences Po, and I wish that you were. That's just a side note. François Villeroy de Gallo has advertised the relationship to the state, which is with the Draghi report, the two texts of law that mark the progression of Europe. So maybe in a few words, can you summarize what is this Letta report? I'm not sure everybody this report, Letta. It means that the European Union, after those last few years, they have decided that the domestic market on the one hand and the competitiveness on the other becomes the heart of the debate. So the report that I made on the domestic the market and the Draghi report on competitiveness, both reports are linked to each other. Why? Because if the domestic market is not integrated, there's no competitiveness, of course. We're too small, each of us, if we have to face China, India, the US, etc. So the key question today is, if we talk about domestic market, and this is the heart of my report, but the daily life is telling us that domestic market is not integrated. It's not integrated in the two fundamental fields for competitiveness, which is services and capital. In the financial area, we're a colony of the United States. Let's put it as it is. And let's harness our need for sovereignty. Each of us has made some purchases today. We've bought coffee. Tonight we're going to take a ticket at the opera. We're going to buy a ticket and we're going to pay, and we're going to pay digitally. And each of us is going to buy a European good between sellers and buyers and sellers on the European ground with credit cards that are only American credit cards, because we don't have a European credit card for the simple reason that we're fragmented in 27 countries. That we only have American credit cards. So that means that every payment we're making here in X, all the data are going somewhere else, and there's commission, and the commission fees as well are going somewhere else. And this is a first example of the fragmentation. Fragmentation is just an abstract concept of something that is very concrete and it's a real power. Nicolas, if you ask me what is sovereignty, for me, sovereignty Parliament, because we're not sovereign, we're not independent from a technological standpoint. There's the gentleman who's not even a government, who's on the other side of the world, and who, if he clicks us off, if he pushes on a button, we're all blacked out. So our sovereignty and our autonomy depends on that. I'm going to tell you a story. I was in Copenhagen a few weeks ago. I was presenting actually this report, François, and I'm presenting the report to the Danish Parliament. You remember, certainly, when I was a student, Denmark was the opt-out. You remember that they were a bit anti-European. Then there was Brexit, and the Greenland that also played a big role. But the Danes today are really pro-European. I'm presenting the report in Denmark, of course, in English. The head of the conservative parties, and he says, "I'm going to speak French." So the room remains quiet, and he looks at the sky and he says, "Mr. General de Gaulle, please forgive us. you were the one who was right. The strategic autonomy in Europe is fundamental. I thought that episode much more telling than many others, but as you know, Nicolas, I can tell an episode from my personal life as well. To illustrate this, what we need to do as progress, in terms of progress, tell us about how you moved in Spain. Well, I moved in Spain, but I could have moved to Italy, I could have moved to Bratislava. I am renting an apartment, a small apartment, I like to clarify. So I'm looking. So I want to try to change, to my electricity bill to make sure that it's on my name. So I'm in a call with a call center. It was a human being, thank God, and not AI. And we get to the end of it, and at the very end, he said, "There's a final detail. Give me your bank account number and your telephone number," and then we sign the contract, and it's your own contract for electricity. So I give them my credit card, my banking info, and my phone number. And the gentleman tells me, "Senor, what is this IT at the beginning of your bank account?" And I need an ES. And what is this plus 39? I need 34, plus 34. And I have to confess that I was about to tell you, I'm sending you my report on the single European market. But this is really a real story, and that makes you wonder that I legally have the right to have electricity installed in Spain with an Italian bank account, an Italian phone number. That would be really a single market. But then I open a third bank account after the French one and the Italian one, and I have my third phone after the French and the Italian one, which is a Spanish phone. So of course it's not an issue, it's not my problem, but it's a general problem. We're not a domestic single market, because we don't have the dimension of this market. So in two words, either we manage to build this domestic market, and we can build the union of the savings. And I need to thank Francois, because the brand was designed with him on the desk of the governor of the Bank of France. But in a few words, Europe needs to be united. And if I take my hat as well, if I'm being asked if you would choose between the US and China, well, you have to choose Europe. That's the correct answer. Europe has to be built. We have two major assets, the domestic market, the euro. Those are the two assets that can make our sovereignty important. And also, we have a fundamental role to play, because we are the place of the rule of law. So being competitive is going to also benefit to those that we love, common law and the great liberal values. François Villeroy de Gallo, we need a date, to set a date. I completely agree with François. I even said July 1st, 2027. Why? You said 2028. Well, I'm happy with 2027. I vote for the letter motion. There's a reason why. It's a political reason, because the 1st of July 2027 is the beginning of the presidency, the Greek presidency of the European Union. And I believe that with everything that happened 13 years ago, with this horrible behavior that Europe had towards Greece, that it was only thanks to Italy and France and a few of the European countries that Greece managed to be held within the European Union. It was a major choice. Today, Greece can play an important role, and let's imagine what would be this integration of financial markets that would start under the Greek presidency of the European Union. I think it would be sending a very strong message. Thank you, François. And then a word. I'm very happy with your date, but it should be a date that everybody knows, and it should be during the Trump years, because, of course, Trump is extremely controversial for global economy, and it's a wake-up call for us. I would like to show another testimony is what's happening in the ministerial meeting since March of last year, because we're caught between the American power and the very dynamic Asia. So for a few months, people are coming to see us, and they're telling me, well, everybody's expecting Europe to show up. And then they add a second sentence, but don't wait too long. So, Nicolas, in all the companies that you partner with and that you have shareholders of, do you feel that there's more expectations from Europe? Yes, I would say it's philosophically strong, a bit skeptical, but on the capital markets front, of course, we need to unite this market, but we should not get carried away by the promise we made to Europeans, because there's a bit of a idealistic denial on what Brussels was capable to accomplish. We promised a lot after '92, after the creation of the euro. Did it really bring so much growth to Europe? The people of Bordeaux, Cavaillon, Aix-en-Provence says no to that question. So what would make the unification of the capital market be a success is when we have a super weight of European finance that will compete with the Blackstones of this world. And there are very few of them. We have a huge problem with financial entrepreneurship in Europe. We have major institutions that are historical, that have a strong legacy, sometimes even if they're bureaucratic. We have major deposit banks, but the entrepreneurs capable of creating their own investment company to reinvest in Europe with profits, with patriotism, like the Americans do, we don't have those. We don't have many of those. And if I can list those who were able to do that by creating their company from scratch, I could count less than 10 for the whole continent. So I'm happy to have the union of capital market, but if it's to create a huge green carpet that will be challenged by Vanguard to invest in American shares, stocks, will be a failure. Thank you, Jean-Louis. Giraudol, I think this is quite a challenge that is addressed to you. It is a challenge to all the actors, of course. We in Europe, we're lucky to have major companies in many sectors. They're often marginalized, and sometimes they are, proportionally speaking, world leaders. So we're not starting from scratch. There's an expectation, of course, from these companies for the European Commission to move fast. We need to put in place the right conditions so these European champions keep building up their strengths. And that leads to the question, where are we going to adapt the rules of antitrust? Yeah, there's a big thing that we're not saying is the problem of the control of foreign investment that stiffened up in the last few months. There are two regulatory topics. There's one that we merge and you do M&A. It's the control of foreign investments if the investor is foreign. And then there's the rules of concentration and the antitrust law. In any event, there's a challenge in Europe. On the control of foreign investors, we see that we're regressing actually at the moment, because for many years now, and in particular with COVID, the states have enlarged the scope of the control of foreign investments for reasons that are more and more diverse. In the treaties, it was first boiled down to security. Then we extended the word security with a number of adjectives, each minister adding his their own. So we have food security, we have digital security, technological security. The President of the Republic was even mentioning the protein security, mentioning the Mercosur. So we're really going backwards. And each country has dropped the threshold. So we're really looking at a domestic market that works less and less well. And on the other hand, we have the creation of European champions that is being hindered by a competition law that is inspired towards protecting consumers to hope that the prices would drop with a really crazy competition. So that means that there's many actors and they're not many. There's not numerous enough to have a size that matters internationally. There are three, Enrico Letta, three major financial fusions in mergers in Europe that are going through a difficult process. Can you describe the political context of these three mergers? I think it's very interesting because it's really a matter of having a gap between what you say and what you do. We all say let's scale up, let's consolidate, let's be bigger. Otherwise, the Americans and the Chinese will eat us. There are three major banking concentrations that make sense. It's one in Spain, there's one in Italy, and there's one between Spain and Germany. The three governments is on left-wing government, right-wing government, and the middle centrist government. So the three governments that I mentioned, they're all against. Not because they're not backing the general idea, but because when you go in the domestic field, at the end of the day, the domestic reasons are the ones that matter the most. But the key question here is can we start by being concrete? If we remain fragmented, I give you the example of credit cards, savings. If we remain fragmented, 3 billion euros per year of our savings are going straight to the US and become stock that reinforces American companies that come back in Europe to buy our company with our own money. It's completely paradoxical. So the lack of scale is a fundamental problem. I would like to say in 10 seconds something. I am not saying that we should be all giants, the American style, but we should move from national champions to being a European champion. And we should have the most innovative tools and be able to work with these champions. If we don't do that, if we don't understand that 35 years ago, Italy was as big and cost less, Lorenzo can confirm that, Italy was as big 30 years ago than China and India put together. You're smiling, but it's the truth. Today, China and India together represent 20 times Italy, the weight of Italy. So this is the way the world looks, and we need to scale up with our tools. Just a word, François. I hope to say a positive word. If we look at the financial Europe that we have today, we have more savings in Europe than in the US. We have all credit and banks that we need. There's a big offer. What we're really lacking is equity and VC, venture capital. That we have a big deficit versus the US. How do we bridge this gap? I'm going to say a lot of good things about what BPI France did. If you look at all the startup system, we managed to do something great. But if we scale up, we can't do it because we're limited by our national borders. I think it's not so much the competition law, it's the national borders. Should we be imagining a European-style BPI? Yes, I think that's what it should be. Emmanuel Auriol, in 1 second, I'm going to speak as an economist from the Cercle d'économistes. I don't want to throw the competition law away. I think it still protects us in Europe. So I think the problem is more fragmentation by country than a competition law that protects European consumers. Thank you. We usually thank the panel. This is a tradition. We've had a great panel. I would like to say that the show that you're offering to us with all these fans show us that you made a great effort to sit in that heat and having the fans to make you breathe. Thank you very much.
bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A huge thank you to everybody for coming out in such terrible heat. Thank you for coming to witness or to listen to our round table. I hope you won't be disappointed. So in this session, we're going to be talking about the value chain and whether it's been refragmented and how it's going to be put together again. I am Emmanuel Dutet. I am the editorial director of a magazine called Usine Nouvelle. We're going to be talking about the ecological transition, AI, the value chain, many things. I'm going to hand the floor in the first instance to our moderator from the Cercle des Économistes. Her name is Céline Gimé, and she's going to give us a little introduction to the theme, as is the tradition, and then afterwards I'll be presenting to you the different panelists whom we will be fortunate enough to listen to today. But first of all, Céline, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to be talking about international or global value chains. What are these things? Well, we're talking about the fragmentation of production processes in different countries of the world to reduce production costs, thanks to comparing prices or winning new markets. So this usually transpires as delocalization. So these fragmented value chains have developed a lot with globalization and opening up to the exchanges of services, capital, merchandise, knowledge, technology. But recent crises, the financial crisis in 2008, the health crisis, and the increase in geopolitical tensions and protectionism, particularly in the States, are all showing their signs of vulnerability. And we're wondering if this is a sign that the world value chain is being reshaped. And what are the causes of these changes? So we've got some emerging countries such as India, Brazil, China. They used to be the workshops or the sweatshops of the world. In August, we saw international fragmentation of the political world, which made companies no longer decide to go into the geopolitically identified countries for semiconductors, IA, digital infrastructures, etc., stressing that unchaining of technology. And then we've got the ecological transition, which is motivating companies towards more frugal, shorter value chains. And then there's also the pursuance of tax advantages, mainly by the digital giants. So from one sector to another, from one product to another, things will vary. In industry, robotization has been able to produce targeted delocalization. Some countries are trying to double, or rather, to secure access to their inputs using double sourcing, i.e. they go and look for low-cost partners, but also partners who are geopolitically aligned to make sure that their value chain is resilient. On the other end of the scale, you've got services which are continuing to be internationalized to a grand scale, driven by digital technologies. So what's going to happen on the international stage? Well, we are going to see a fall in flows between those blocks which are not geopolitically aligned, but we will see an increase of flows within these commercial blocks, for example, Europe or Asia. And we'll also see some big conglomerations which will become hubs of production, Bangalore, Shenzhen, and there'll be new emerging ones around Chinese, Indian or Brazilian technological groups or technical groups. So where does Europe stand in all of this, given all of these deep-set changes? Well, Europe is facing a double challenge. First of all, Europe has to reduce its dependency on third-party suppliers in critical sectors, but also has to rebuild a resilient industrial base, particularly to rise to the challenges of environmental and technological innovations. We've got the Green Deal, we've got European legislation for critical raw materials. However, this double ecological and digital transition require huge investments. 350 billion euros is the estimation by the European Central Bank. Inside Europe, countries are specializing, and that means that we will enhance the resilience of companies in order to create coherent industry. However, the European Union is part and parcel of international value chains, and we'll have to have partnerships in Asia or Latin America, let's say. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. We can give her a little bit of a round of applause, and that will create some breeze at the same time. That was a very rich introduction. Now I'm going to introduce our panelists. Next to Céline, we've got Hinda Garbi, who's Chief Executive Officer of Bureau Veritas. And then we've got Clarice Menyon from McKinsey & Company. We've also got Markus Hermann Shen, who is co-founder and managing director of the China Macro Group. Ludovic Subran, Chief Investment Officer and Chief Economist at Allianz Trade. And next to me, we've got Professor Su, who is a senior fellow, head of Department of International Trade at the Institute of World Economics and Politics and the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. I'm going to start with Clarice, if you wouldn't mind. Clarice Menyon, you advise big industrialists. So what is this notion of the fragmentation of the value chain in your point of view, given the context? Thank you very much for the question. I'm going to start by saying that fragmentation starts with armed conflict. Well, in 2003, 183 armed conflicts were listed on planet Earth, and that has a huge impact on international trade. If you look at the Red Sea crisis, 30% of international exchanges were impacted, and that caused an increase in delivery costs. And then when you take a look at what's happening between countries, it's no longer geopolitics, this is armed conflict, and that has an impact on the value chain. If you look more precisely at the economic value chain, well, this is a gradual phenomenon. We're all quite sensitive to everything that Donald Trump is saying about the customs tariffs, but this trend began in 2017-18. He was president back at that time as well. It was Trump's first mandate. Then between 2017 and 2024, we saw an increase in American barriers to China. And they weren't only customs barrier, they were also hurdles for non-tariff international trade. So it was a 400% increase in government interventions in favor of certain sectors. And the United States, with the IRA and its CHIPS Act, that was the Biden administration, that wasn't Trump, well, they put in place this package of tax advantages to foster employment in the States, and that was very striking. I don't want to hog the mic because I know there are many people up here to take the microphone, but with this fragmentation, it's in all of the different blocks. The Americans are very clear. They are reducing exchanges with China. Since 2019 to 24, they were increasing their exports to 30%, but reducing their imports to 20% from China. So there's a big shift there. What did China do? Well, it redeployed mainly towards the Southeast Asian region and the Middle East, and it gained 2% in imports from Europe. And my final point is the only region in the world that has remained stable in terms of international trade is Europe. because Europe has its maximum open rate, its 106% open rate, but it's the most open part of the world, more open than the States, more open than China, because we believe that it's good to compare, and that countries, it is to the advantage of countries to compare different offers, and everyone else will benefit from that as well. Well, thank you very much. So let's move on to another point of view from Bureau Veritas, Hinda Gabri. What has changed most when you look at your clients, for example, your industrial clients? Well, thank you very much for the question. At Bureau Veritas, we inspect certifications and tests in laboratories for all kinds of things, products, projects, etc. We're completely impartial, independent, and we can act in the name of our clients to identify risks in terms of security, sustainability, quality, environment. So we are very close to the businesses we serve. We are present in ports, laboratories, offices, businesses in general. And so we have quite a privileged position to be able to understand what's going on. For the supply chain today, we are noting that there is very thoughtful, highly planned processes to redesign the supply chains, and this for several reasons. The first reason is to do with the positioning of a value chain in a multipole reflection process, i.e., thinking about the state of geopolitics in the world. Geopolitics has always existed. There's always been problems and conflicts. However, in reality, as Clarice was saying, there have been these wars that have disrupted trade exchanges, but there increasingly are major long-term geopolitical stakes, which will determine how the supply chains will evolve. So in concrete terms, that means if you look at the rivalry between China and America, this rivalry is having an impact on supply chains for businesses, and the businesses are wondering how the relationship is going to evolve, and they are repositioning their supply chains in function of that. An example is linked to consumption. China today is responsible for many consumer goods that are produced. Furniture, household electrical equipment. So that's the first point. So countries today, businesses today are thinking about different hubs and how they can act to the dominance of China in certain segments. A second point in this multi-hub strategy is to do with non-tariff barriers, because these, in terms of the environment and ESG, will determine where the companies will base themselves. And also, there's that notion of strategic sovereignty. COVID was a wake-up call for many countries and for many businesses as well. They realized that they hadn't perhaps got a good strategy in place for their supply chain. So there we are, multiple hubs in the supply chain. And then not all supply chains are being reconfigured in the same way, because the business sectors are different. If there's a company that hasn't got very complex investments and can shift easily from China to Bangladesh, or can move from China to another country, or they can go to Central America, such as Mexico or Guatemala. We are lacking some infrastructures in the tech sector, for example, because you need more investment over several years in the long term. So you have to think very, very carefully about you're going to change things there. So that's the second parameter. The third parameter is this movement, which is the desire to have real proof on all subjects that there is compliance, transparency, and to show that we are a responsible business. And that is key when reconfiguring a supply channel. We've talked about China. Let's turn towards Professor Su and see what kind of position you may have. China has for a long time remained the factory of the world, but now it seems that you are abandoning this role and you are being the designer of value chains, and that changes very much this notion. Professor Su.
Okay, thank you. And it's my pleasure to join this important event. My first point is that for China, I think it will still be the biggest factory, manufacturing factory in the world. And because China, although China's labor cost has risen in recent years, but it still has we call it comprehensive cost advantage, because we should consider not only labor cost but also for capital, for infrastructure, for business environment. So of course, the other countries, such the former speaker said, for Asian countries, for Mexico, for India, they will assume some part of their capacity of manufacturing future, and it happened. And I think it will be good for all countries, not only for the Asian countries, but also for China, because China has been complained for their such as for the capacity issues. And the second is yes, China is really upgrading during a point among their value chains. And I think we have seen it, such as China's intermediate goods. The ratio of intermediate goods in his total export has risen greatly in these recent years. And you can see some Chinese new energy products has a great, big competitiveness, such as for the EV, for the solar panels. And third point is that I think it still has a long road for China to upgrade, because China still has not so good competitiveness in some high-end, such as high-end chips. The U.S. doesn't want to sell high-end chips to China, so China still needs to do a lot to climb the value chains, to have advantage or competitiveness in some innovation or design parts. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Merci.
Well, thank you very much. Let's move on to Ludovic Subragnou, an economist at the head of all investment for the Alliance company. You've got global vision of fragmentation and the value chain. So perhaps you can give us your feedback on what we've already heard so far. Well, it's all very clear. In 5 years, we've had 5 clashes with stock management or all that kind of stuff. 2001, there was the energy crisis in the Ukraine, China, and ESG. Now we've got Trump with currency, for example. We've got a supply chain crisis, and companies have to adapt. Of course, when there's more friction in the market, costs go up. There's a cost of diversification, the cost of bringing things back home. It's much cheaper to get to convey a single musician than to convey an entire orchestra. And we must take stock of what's happening with Trump, and the situation's not going to get better any day soon. We've got these import tariffs, which are at all record high. We've got these stupid announcements, 40% ending up at 20%, and they think, the partner thinks they've come off really well, but it's 4 times as high as it used to be. So it's the funding of the supply chain is going to become a real issue, and that provokes me to say that countries and companies adapt well and fast. However, it's going to cost a lot of money. That's the bad news. Since 2020, there have been such high shocks that companies are going to have to take a fresh look at their value chain. Look at crossing the red see when you've got a company that puts up its prices very heavily without anybody batting an eyelid, well, you know that's going to have an impact on the supply chain. And overnight, if you have tariffs on entrance, or you're in the car industry, and over 40 years you've been optimizing costs with wages, with supply chain, and you've really brought it down to bare tax. And now any inter-country friction will cost you 10 times more, 20 times more, not 0.2% more. And so there you're going to have to take a real fresh look at the way in which you broach production, export, tax, funding. And most of the big companies can do it. They've got the backbone to do so. They've got the cash. However, SMEs, it's going to be a catastrophe because they don't have that solid backbone to cope with all of these. So I really do want to have a generation of exporters. Otherwise, we're going to have a heavy import costs. It's like diversification is very expensive, but it means that if you're not exporting anymore, you've got no more innovation, because export equals innovation. So we've been through 5 big clashes, and we may be discouraged, but we've really got to act. So that's not a very joyful outlook. Marcus, let's talk about the return of Donald Trump to the White House with your point of view. How is China adapting its strategy to this new geopolitical landscape? And what are the priorities to protect industry in China and China's role in the worldwide supply chain, given this ever-changing story by Washington?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and great to see everyone. I want to use your question to build on what Ludovic has been explaining generally, maybe also from a European perspective, to explain it from a Chinese perspective. If you go back to 2016, you had the election of Trump 1.0, and you had Brexit. And this translated into a wording that the Chinese Communist Party created. It's called unseen changes unseen in a century. And this is a wording that you see mathematically consistent in every publication ever since, because you want to justify and talk about global value chains and how they are changing. From these 2 events, taking to the trade war, and then you go to the beginning of the pandemic in China in 2020. In April 2020, the concept of dual circulation was created in China, and dual circulation, I'll speak about it. It's in the view of the Chinese Communist Party, is the biggest shift in the strategy, as Emmanuel was asking, in the last 50 years. So everyone dealing with China, every company dealing with China, you need to understand what is dual circulation. I want to make a quick comparison, because dual circulation, in terms of strategy, it changed 3 things in China's development strategy. First, it put social policy on a higher level. China had less social policy until then, but it made it equally important to economic policy. Second is, China wants to turn towards domestic demand because it gives its resilience. And the third thing is, China anchored de-risking into its party constitution on the highest level. And a quick comparison to the EU published its economic security strategy in June 2023. So China was, if you want, 3.5 years ahead in diagnosing from Trump 1, Brexit, COVID, to fundamentally change its development strategy with these 3 things I was mentioning. With regards, that's my second point, with regards to your second question of how does China protect its position in the global value chains and in its industrial base, I would say there's 2 things, and they're extremely important for companies, for investors. China offensively and defensively, I just want to distinguish them. Offensively, China has recreated its industrial policy framework, and China has a lot of experience with industrial policy. It has defined emerging industries and future industries. And the future industries, there are 9. It's, for instance, humanoids, it's biomanufacturing, it's generative AI, and it is supporting with industrial policy to build these future industries. One important feature, especially in Europe, I want to stress is China's industrial policy, when it speaks about emerging industries and future industries, it deliberately does not want to support traditional industries. Whereas in Europe, I would argue, if you look at different sectors inside Europe, traditional industries have most lobbying influence. They have the best network and they get the best support from government. Whereas the Chinese logic is to skew towards future industry. So I think that's the offensive part. And just let me close on the defensive part. China, as I was saying in the dual circulation, it started to de-risk in the Chinese logic. It's not the exact same metaphor. To do this, China is trying to solve bottleneck issues. So where China has dependencies, it is trying to gain access to critical supplies. And it is, third thing, very important for a lot of international capital, it's driving onshoring with a lot of content requirements and onshoring requirements. So I would say, all in all, businesses are trapped, fully trapped into this shift in strategy, but of course it's taking place against the background where the EU and the US are also increasing their industrial policy. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, merci beaucoup aussi à vous, Marcus. Alors on voit que la Chine se réadapte très rapidement et c'était très intéressant votre point, Clarisse. J'en reviens à vous peut-être, et ce qui fera le corollaire avec aussi ce que nous disait Ludovic sur les relocalisations ou qui sont revenues au cœur du débat.
Yes, Clarisse, let's get back to you from McKinsey and Company. In fact, what can we identify as the criteria which you have noted so that this history is all economically viable? Well, in the debate so far, we've been talking about the fragmentation of flow that impacts products, and services aren't impacted by everything we've just been talking about. So there are no customs barriers or those other constraints to international trade. However, if we talk about French companies, 75% of their turnover is generated abroad today, major companies. And that's very different to the American companies where 70% of their turnover is generated nationally at home. So these questions of relocalization is not the same thing when you're talking about services. Well, in the States, they are totally deindustrialized, really, practically the same as in France, admittedly. But when we take a look at the geographical distance, the average geographical distance, the number of kilometers that are traveled by products in international trade, that figure is very stable. So despite everything that we have said, France sends stuff out on 2,000 kilometers. For the States, it's 7,000, and for China, it's 6,500 kilometers. But when you see how those average distances have increased for transport of goods, then it's not really changing very much. So that isn't really an indication that relocation is up and running. It would, in fact, confirm the fact that this theory of comparative advantage is not dead and buried.
It was underlined by some of you two things. The geopolitical distance becomes very important. It's not so much nearshoring that we're talking about. It's I do trade and I work with friendly countries, countries that are aligned with me politically. And what changes the game is the countries that are not aligned or that are have remained neutral in face of this American and Chinese conflict. They're going to make more and more trade with the rest of the world. So all the Southeast Asia, starting with Vietnam, which is a country partnering with the United States, these countries have not chosen their sides, so they benefit from these changes of flows. And the country that is going to impress us a lot is India, because we can really see the increase of exchanges from India to the US, from India to Europe, from Europe to India, from Middle East to India, and vice versa. And it's between 2.5% and 8% of increase of the exchanges. So these are exchanges, but they're also relocations. And the relocations, when we are French, when we are European, we have to worry about the cost of labor, and the relocation is happening if those products have a very high added value for which the cost of labor is less impactful, has less of an impact, if it requires some very particular skills, if there's some legal constraints that make us want to work with companies that share the same regulatory framework, if there's some notions of innovation. And last point is if there's some made in France that contributes to the value proposition of the product. For spirituals, for example, luxury goods, textile, premium textile, but these remain limited trends. So we've heard since the beginning the word resilience being used, and this word has become a key word. What are the criteria, the concrete criteria that the big groups use, and even the less big ones, to qualify a supply chain that is resilient? The word resilience is the real theme in companies today. How we talk about this reconfiguration of the supply chain, some parameters are very important when we evaluate the resilience of the supply chain and the value chain as a whole. And at the heart of this idea of resilience, we have to think about a supply chain with suppliers at several levels that could resist the shocks, that can resist to all the risk, and that they may meet. So what does it mean concretely? First of all, there's a real issue around geopolitics. We mentioned a few times. So companies today, when they are planning and mapping out their supply chain, they think about those challenges. For China today, this famous strategy, China Plus One, which means that we keep some part of the production of the products in China, but we look for suppliers in other countries. China Plus Two, China Plus Three. And there's several approaches, but the idea is to diversify and to make sure that we're not submitted to the whims of only one country or only one production unit. So that's the first point. Second point is around the visibility of the supply chain. If you are a supplier, no, the retailer, you're going to buy a product anywhere in the world from a provider, but this provider is himself his own provider. So we're looking at several levels. What is required now by investors, consumers, employees, clients of a company is that they have a very good understanding of the supply chain. And we have to look at all the levels of suppliers, and we have to make sure that on the environmental side, social side, regulatory side, compliance, there's a real alignment. So we, as a company, we have to look at all these levels. Why do we do it? Because there's this whole movement around compliance, and we need to make sure that all these actors, at the end of the day, produce a good that we talked a lot about consumption goods, but it could also be an industrial product. They work along the rules that we, companies who are buying this product or order this product, estimate that is the right thing to do and the good practice to have. So there's a compliance that becomes very deep, that goes and gets all the aspects of the ESG framework, social, environment, and governance with all the suppliers. And last, what becomes very important as well for resilience is the digital side of things. It's to have a visibility on these supply chains. Digital visibility, we have the data, we have the actors that are connected, we have a whole ecosystem that is transparent, that can be checked out very quickly. And this is something that we see every day when we work in 140 countries. So we have to check on several suppliers for the clients to reassure them that they're well protected. Professor Su, I want to go back to you. You talked about the French shoring. What impact did the French shoring have, and the fragmentation on the commercial flows and the investments in Asia from your point of view?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, when we talk the construction of the global supply chains, we usually said for the friendshoring, nearshoring, and reshoring. But I think for Trump, he just like reshoring because in his eyes there's no friend, so there's no friendshoring in Trump's administration, I think. But yeah, for the because of the impact of the tariffs and the COVID-19, the companies are pursuing the diversification strategy. I think yeah, it's a trend. And so another is what I have said that is tariffs. So many companies, actually including Chinese company, are going abroad. Go overseas. You know, in China, we said a company go overseas or go to die. So go overseas is a trend for Chinese companies, and some multinational companies are also pursuing diversification in the other countries. So for these countries, I think mainly are India, Mexico, Southeast countries. For Asian countries, mainly 4 countries. It's Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and for Thailand. And for these countries, I think they, of course, they still sell to U.S. market. But for these countries, they also import a lot of intermediate goods from China mainland. And so China, we can see that although China and U.S. has the direct linkage has decreased, but the indirect linkage are rising. That means the Vietnam and other Asian countries are just like intermediary countries. This is just like a bridge to China and the US. That means the US still needs China's goods. So that's one point. And of course, I think for this, it cannot be called free shoring because, you know, for Asian countries, they just have balanced policy. They are neutral. They just try to balance between China and the United States. So maybe they are not the friend of the U.S., so they cannot be called the friend shoring. And for Mexico, also, of course, it's near U.S., but Trump still imposed tariffs on the Mexico. So nearshoring is still, I think it's difficult under the Trump administration. So for nearshoring, maybe a trend in these recent 3 years. Yeah.
Ludovic, de nombreuses entreprises intègrent bien évidemment le risque.
Ludovic, many companies integrate the geopolitical risk when they decide to relocate their companies, and they have to be careful of that. Is it economically rational, or is it dictated by a pressure, political pressure? Well, I don't know if many companies do it because we're all we all believe in Nietzsche. We don't want to see the truth that hurts, that bites. Last year, Trump had already written it out. He was going to solve the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, put up 30% tariffs, and we didn't want to see it. We thought he was pragmatic. We believed in Kamala, and then we thought, no, okay, he's going to be elected. He's going to be nice. So that shows how stupid we are. So the short answer to your question is no, because most of the boards of companies did that as a consensus. Who really wants to cut an arm, to cut a leg, to potentially lose a market? It's very difficult for a GM or president of a company to say, okay, there's a big risk that China invades Taiwan. Sorry, Professor Su, so I'm going to stop being depending on Taiwan. No, it's not the way it is, because Taiwan is a good business. So we're staying in situations like this. I'm going to stop doing DI because I'm going to lose the contracts with the American government. So we're in a very strange situation. The geopolitical risk, it's like sex for teenagers. We talk a lot about it, but we don't do a lot of it. So in my company, it's been a year that we talk about politics and Trump, and what have we done? We protect ourselves a little bit against the dollar, but we didn't take strong choices because we're humans and we still want to have hope that things are going to get better. Now, of course, there's a war, so a war is a bit more scary, but even here, there was a conversation right before the session on the euro. If we're going to go to war, when do we accept to make the euro a strong currency? When are we going to go to war with the dollar? So there's some public choices and there's corporate choices that for me show to me that people are not really taking into account the real geopolitical risk. And it's linked to human nature, it's a bias, it's a human bias. Is it just for European companies, or is it, if we look at the French boards, our boards are more and more global, so our boards are less and less French, so maybe it has a risk that is personal to them in his own chair, right? It's a good question because thank you, Emmanuel. Are Europeans more naive? Are we we're less naive than 5 or 10 years ago, for sure. To have internationals in the French board of French company makes decision more efficient on resilience. I don't know. I don't believe so. We can do a survey on it, but it's a story of cutting something now to be hurting tomorrow, and it's very hard to do for a company. Clarisse, to continue on this thought, this fragmentation that is accelerated. You said it before with India, but with the new regional powers, do you think we can take it a step further? Do you imagine that Africa can finally have a card to play, particularly South Africa? What do you think of the emergence of these new powers? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do a good punchline like Ludovic, but I'm going to try my best. What we see is, if we take a step back, is on the next 10 years, we're anticipated that 30% of the world exchanges will shift from one trade corridor to another one. We've redefined the commercial routes, the traditional routes. We've reshaped the planet in 50 trade corridors, and we try to project in each scenario how this is all going to play out. And we estimated about that one third could really shift. So that becomes, this fragmentation or this recomposition of flows becomes much more material in the next 10 years. And like Ludovic said, are we taking the right decisions or not? What comes out is the winners of this reconfiguration is the ASEAN, particularly Vietnam, Mexico, that becomes the first commercial partner of the US, and it's India. So there's the Middle East a bit, there's Brazil, there may be a bit of Africa, but in terms of volume, that's really what we're talking about. And the other element is we see an increase of the flows inside of the associations of Southeast Asia. And we see that a lot in the Southeast Asia. So there are many risks coming in the next few years, but also a lot of opportunities, particularly for Europeans, because we estimate that it was maybe one product out of two that is imported from China. That could be provided by Europe. It could be also provided by ASEAN. So there's a challenge of competitiveness here, and it's going to force companies to explore markets in which they can develop in a larger way. So I think that's something very interesting to look forward to. Marcus, when you talk about this decoupling risk and the upscaling of all these new countries that take a bigger space, how is it viewed in Beijing? Is it viewed as a threat, or is it viewed as an incitation to say, oh, we're not afraid, we're going to win?
If I can just build on what Ludovic was saying, because what I see with companies, and I'm sure Clarisse also sees it in part of her business, I think many companies who are European companies, French companies that are working with the Chinese market, de-risking for them has become actually standard. So there, I just want to give you a couple of points that I think everyone is doing. So China Plus One, Hinda has already mentioned it, and then which I think is very important, is local financing. If you're in the Chinese market, you actually finance from within the Chinese system. So in case you have to get rid of the asset, you lose. It's the Chinese financial system that carries that. Then I see companies that create structure that they can get rid of their China operations if needed, and then also optimize, of course, supply chain. I think that's done everywhere. And then finally, because Ludovic was also mentioning it, of course, every company is monitoring the Taiwan issue, because that can shift the whole discussion entirely. Just briefly on the question that Emmanuel was asking, whether it's a threat or not, I would say the causality to unpack who's doing what. So from a Chinese perspective, the US is doing decoupling with a geopolitical logic. And Europe is doing de-risking, which is mostly diversification with less of a geopolitical logic. What would China want? China, of course, would prefer economic globalization just to continue. It would be easier. I think one interesting question is just, and that's just my final point on this, is where is Europe heading now? I hear very often European diplomats speaking in China about the openness of the European economy, but I just want to give you two examples, two recent examples. One is the Buy-European discussion on medical device, and the second one is the industrial automotive action plan that was published this year by the European Commission in March, that is encouraging investments that come into Europe, for instance, for NEVs from China, that European Union member states should make sure that there's tech transfer, or that there is local management, and so on. And I think, well, and that's just my summary point, I think everyone is mirroring each other, and this resilience that Emmanuel was mentioning, it's now baked in, it's now structural, and it is a negative vicious circle, yes. Thank you.
Est-ce que
Yes, please, please feel free to applaud them. I'm going to come back to you, Hilda. Is economic sovereignty, does it bring us to the necessity to have regulations or standards? Do you see it as a war of standards between geopolitical blocs that could emerge? This is your work, isn't it? So what is the Veritas in the middle of that? So today we don't still have the war of standards, but it's important to understand how norms and standards are being developed. And norms, standards are being developed throughout in Western economies because they're going along with innovation, with industrialization, and the whole set of standards that are used everywhere in the world on various industries. And they're often the champions of certain sectors who want to, the standards become used everywhere in the world. What we see today is there's an upscaling of certain economies, particularly China. So if we look at a sector where China is a leader, for example, in renewable energies, 60% of the windmill blades are made in China. Plus the graphite used for that is also made in China as well. So if we have a strong position on the market in a particular sector, we start developing standards. So standards are going to continue to be developed in the economies that I will call traditional economies, developed economies, Western traditional economies, but we're going to see the growth of standards in other economies of the world. What we see today as well, what is important, is the US are disengaging a little bit. There's a big movement of deregulation from the US that tries to simplify everything. But around risk, they're going to have to protect the user and the consumers and the companies themselves. And we see that Europe has a very holistic approach on all sectors that is, there's much more regulation and standards. So there's this fragmentation between those blocks. At Bureau Veritas, we are really a third independent, so we don't develop standards. But what we do is we make sure that all the companies that should comply to a certain standard or to be to comply to the norms are doing so. So we're trying to assess all their system, their products, their assets, and we try to reassure them that they are in fact complying to standards. So we're looking on how the system works, and we're in favor of simplification of standards to make sure that it doesn't become a blockage to innovation, and it still guarantees the protection of the user. Professor Su, I'd like to get back to you. Is the development of local chain or regional chain can lead to the growth of new hubs, industrial hubs, in the global south?
Yeah, of course, I think for Vietnam or other countries, even for South Africa, the countries all has chances to assume some capacities of the manufacturing. But if we think from a historical perspective, we can see that there are only a few countries can succeed in being a world factory, such as from the UK, from Germany, Japan. There are 4 dragons in East Asia, then China, mainland China. So it's not easy to be a world factory, I think. So we know that there's a fly geese theory but for labor-intensive industries fly from one country to the other country. But in China mainland, maybe the goose will not fly away. But for Vietnam, I think they will assume some part of the capacity. But for HARP, it's hard for me to forecast that there will be a HARP in the recent 10 years or future 10 years. Okay, thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Ludovic. J'en reviens.
Thank you, Ludovic. I'm going to go back to you. I skipped a few questions so we could keep a good time because I really want us to go move on to energy transition. I'm turning to you, Ludovic. Do you believe that the energy transition becomes a new tariff barrier and maybe a new shock for the next years to come? I would like it to be, but unfortunately it's on the back burner now because we have to go to war now, and we forget that we were also supposed to go to war against climate change. So it's already a barrier for many companies in Europe, particularly with the carbon tax at the borders. It's a cost that is hard to hide to the consumers, and that creates a very unfair competition. The first intention being that we're to avoid the leaks of carbon, and we made it didn't affect the production in Europe. In the surveys that we do every year, we set the landscape of the world situation that in the credits, the tactic of adaptation of companies to standards and regulation and taxes around the climate issues is there, but it's not the priority, and they managed to go around it with technological tools. In fact, the climate is a huge catalyzer of fragmentation. Clarice was talking about armed conflicts, but when the supply chain is disrupted is when there's climate hazards, floods, infrastructures, when there's shaking, earth shaking. The companies beyond the tariff barriers, and there's this issue of that the climate is disrupting roads and supply chain, and it's a question of cost. Are companies strong enough to live in a country where the supply chain can be destroyed one day for the next because of flooding, earthquakes, and all that? So this is not always taken into account. We're going to ask a last question to Marcus. Marcus, from a European point of view, the industrial Chinese strategy raises a few questions. How is Beijing addressing the concerns of overcapacity in Brussels? How do you comply to standards? We ask ourselves many questions on that. What are the major strategies that you could describe in a few words, please?
Very brief. So, overcapacity, the question that Emmanuel raises, I think is one of the most important questions. If you have a lunch with Ursula von der Leyen, it will be top of her mind. I would say two things. One is capitalism. In capitalism, overcapacity is somehow inbuilt, and any foreign business presence is a sign of overcapacity to some extent. On the Chinese side, I can just add that China has realized itself that it was over-subsidizing through local government, a lot of the creation of industries and new sectors. So it has changed last year in December through a policy by NDRC, the most influential ministry. It has de facto cut all local governments' possibility to use subsidies to attract investment, and this is a main lever to reduce overcapacity. Yeah.
Céline, À vous le mot de la fin.
Céline, you have the last word. Thank you. Clearly, we now see that we're not going towards a deglobalization, but rather at a reshaping of the world in a more quality and quantitative way. There's a question that comes out of our exchanges. It's the question of governance that requires more transparency in the value chains, more traceability, better tax policy. The state becomes a player that has to protect common goods and fund innovation. Energy transition has to be back at the center of the topics with a cooperation between North and South. And to conclude, I would say that before the value chains were based on logics of competitiveness, and today we're adding on that logics of resilience, equity, fairness, and sustainability. And we could all give you a big round of applause to our 6 speakers for having taken part in this round table. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here. I'm Jean-Paul Chapelle from France Television, and I have the pleasure and the good fortune of moderating this conference on the theme of is anyone still finding meaning in their work? To answer this question, we have a panel of top quality participants. I'm going to introduce them to you. I'm going to start with Alexandra Roulet, who is a professor at INSEAD and a member of the Cercle des Économistes. And she has prepared this round table. I'm going to ask her that question first of all, and so you'll see her frame of mind. So, Alexandra, if I say to you, work, are you fulfilled in your work? Yes, I am. Well, thank you for that answer. Moving on to Jennifer Hunt, Professor of Economics at Rutgers University in the United States. Same question to you. Are you fulfilled in your work? Absolutely. Moving on to Johan Lindholm, who is president of the Swedish Trade Union Confederation. Johan will answer in English, but he will be interpreted into French. Are you fulfilled in your work?
Of course, I'm very delighted to be here.
Ça veut dire bien sûr, si j'ai bien compris.
Very good. I presume he said he's very satisfied, says the moderator. Okay, now let's move on to Thierry Derez. Are you fulfilled in your work? Can you repeat the question? Yes, of course I am fulfilled. Cédric Dufour, CEO of Rakuten in France and Rakuten TV, same question to you. Are you fulfilled by your work? Oh, more than ever. And Loïc Soubirant, founder and chief executive officer of Swile. We'll learn later on what Swile is. This is a small business bound to become very, very big. Are you already fulfilled in your work? Of course I am. And because you in the room have done us the honor of being here, raise your hand if you are fulfilled in your work. And those of you who are not fulfilled, you can raise your hand if you're not fulfilled in your work. Oh yes, I saw it. Well, not very many people are admitting to that. Oh, there are a few shy hands being raised there. So without further ado, each person has 5 minutes so that afterwards we have enough time to talk together and to talk with our audience. I'm going to hand the floor to Alexandra Roulet. Thank you, Jean-Paul. So to open this session, I would like to give you some statistics from an IFOP survey in 2022 that showed that in 1990, 60% of the French considered that their work was very important in their life. In 2022, some 30 years later, that figure had melted to 21%, so from 60 to 21% in the same time. Family had gone down in importance, but was still important for 61%, and leisure has increased. It's become important for 40% of the French people. So the figures have created quite a lot of discussion because European surveys on values show a different picture. The French always consider workers being important in their work in a European survey, and there are more French people who say that it is important than other Europeans. But on a European scale, although the French are saying that work is important, they are also the population who say most frequently that they would like work to take up less space in their life. It can sound like a bit of a paradox. So it's important, but we wish it wasn't quite so important, perhaps. So all of these figures from different surveys are not necessarily so paradoxical or incoherent, but what they are portraying is the fact that that work is no longer as central to people in their lives. And people in the IFOP survey, for example, some French people were saying that work wasn't important. It's not because it's not important per se, but it's just quite important. So it does chime in with the fact that yes, work is important, but that's not all there is to life. There are other aspects to life which are very important as well. They want to fulfill themselves in other areas of their life, and they want to better organize the work and personal life. And so I believe the important thing here is not necessarily the moral judgment on this change. I don't think you should say that people no longer have that taste to provide effort. No, I think that the importance given to work is same from one age group to another. There are some differences, and the figures are quite similar from different job categories. It's more interesting to look at these changes in the subjective approach to work and compare that with the objective contours of the labour market over the past 30 years. Well, it's difficult to sum up everything in a minute, but we can say two things. The first thing is that over the last 30 years, for those people who are less qualified, they work 40% hours less because they are part-timers or they are unemployed, not necessarily by choice. So if you look at the long term, the trajectories could come to a more unexpected halt. And there is a perception that it's harder to go up the social ladder through work, and remuneration is not as dynamic as it used to be. That's what people feel. That's due to globalization and political choices, economic choices, etc. But I think that the reason, well, people are frustrated when they see all of this, when they see this in the electoral results. We see people very annoyed and upset. And it's also translated into the importance given to work. And people who are not necessarily satisfied by their work will decide to put their energies elsewhere. And the final point, I would say that these changes are not only regrettable, because sometimes we can see the reflect of some social enhancements. For example, the better distribution of household tasks between men and women. If you look over the long term, the men didn't ever used to do any housework, although women do continue to do more household tasks, look after the children or the elderly, for example, more than the men. The men do join in a little bit more with the household tasks. So they're investing not only at work, but also in the home a little bit more. So that reflects social progress.
Well done.
I think you respected your time slot, your 5 minutes there. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Now let's move on to Jennifer Hunt. I'm challenging you to respect the 5-minute window. Well, I will follow on from Alexandra Roulet and say the hours that are worked and fulfillment at work. But I'm going to speak from the German point of view because I'm more familiar with that. Over the decades, in Germany as in France, the working week has shortened. Apart from older women who didn't work as much to begin with. And furthermore, wished working hours over the past 20 years are going down even faster than that. And so these wished working hours correspond to a change in the work environment. What we see in the German data is that there is a steep decrease in the valorization of the money that you earn when you work. Now, does that mean that people are less fulfilled? I don't think so. But you may not agree with me. In my opinion, when you're talking about fulfillment, it's not necessarily earning a lot of money. There are different aspects of work that can fulfill you. But as far as giving value to these other aspects, there's very little change over time. So it's quite possible that reducing the number of working hours may have a link with how with money being seen as less important. Well, what I have done is to analyze the link between workers' satisfaction with their work and satisfaction with life. And so there's a scale of answers. And so this link reflects how fulfilled people are at work. And have I found that work is a key element in self-fulfillment? Well, as Professor Roulet mentioned, it's just one factor among other factors. If we answer this question of satisfaction at work with 1 point plus in general, or 0.3 when you're 0.3% when you're talking about satisfaction with life. However, part of work reflects how much value you set on money. If you try to gauge how much what's the most important thing to these workers? Family, health, and work and personal revenue are more or less equal. Less important is satisfaction with your housing and with your leisure activities. So the link between satisfaction at work has gone up over the past 20 years. However, it has been driven by increase of satisfaction with personal revenue. Given that, satisfaction with work has gone down a little bit, per se. When you see the satisfaction between work and life, the link weakens because the link between satisfaction of life and personal revenue has gone down also. So the value of money goes down, the value of other aspects of work only goes down slightly. When the value of money goes down, that could explain why the number of hours worked goes down, or the wished number of hours worked goes down. And the other aspects of work seem less important. Johan Lindum, your turn.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, of course. As this seminar suggests that work matters less to people today, I actually want to give a little bit more balanced view of this, of course. Yes, fewer people, both in France and Sweden, say work is very important in service, but that doesn't mean work is less important. Depending on how the question is asked, you get different answers. In the past, men were, as we heard, often the sole providers. It might have given work a more central role in society, but as society changed, so do also the answers. Today, more women are in the workforce. Women may, on average, place more value on family and spare time, so the numbers here shift, of course. At the same time, men today are more equal in their sharing of tasks at home. That's, of course, a good thing. If people value family more, it might show progress and equality, not a loss of work ethic. According to 2024 survey by the Swedish Work Environment Authority, 84% consider their work to be interesting and stimulating, and 89% find their work meaningful. Women are more likely than men to preserve their work as meaningful, as women more often work professions involving direct contact with people. Among younger workers, a greater proportion feel that their work is neither interesting nor stimulating. It's the same applies to their sense of meaning. And it's also more common for younger individuals in the labor market to suffer work-related injuries. Despite the statistics indicating that most people enjoy their jobs and find them meaningful, there are significant work environment issues within blue-collar professions that must be addressed to ensure a sustainable working life up to retirement. Excessive workloads due to streamlined organization, hiring freezes that results in people working while ill, and tight deadlines in sectors such as construction, which can lead to increased injuries and fatal accidents. And that are just some of the challenges that need to urgent attention. Another reason for this shift is that many jobs today are less secure, even precarious sometimes. Workers are being exploited and sometimes treated as if they were commodities. In the past, employers often care for their workers. Now we see more insecure jobs, gig works, and part-time roles that people don't choose. In Sweden, many want full-time, permanent jobs, but don't get them. I don't know how exactly this problem exists, if it exists here in France too, but this is an important issue that should be fixed. Job security and good working conditions also affect how people feel about work and how they respond to service. The real issue is that people care less about work, isn't that employers and society don't value workers enough. Employers must ensure workers have decent working conditions, fair pay, and chances to grow, to get upskilling and reskilling when needed, instead of being laid off. I think it's very important to make sure that workers have the possibility to reskilling and upskilling in times of rapidly evolving labor market. Society also needs to support workers and evaluate the job to do with good schools, healthcare, public transports, and help if someone loses their job. Pension, of course, must ensure a decent standing of living. If society fails and no one values your work, it's harder to feel proud of what you do. If your salary isn't enough to pay your bills every month, it's hard to feel that your work is meaningful to you. Wages have not increased and the systems have not taken care of them in a good way. They can't afford to become sick, send their children to good school, etc. If we fail to ensure that social development is fair and just towards those who actually work, we risk a dangerous increase in popularization and populism. Okay, I have a few more words. We need a society where working people can't afford to be ill, retire, take time off, and enjoy good quality life. It is extremely important to avoid the kind of development with consequences we are currently witnessing in the United States. That's where American workers have been neglected for years. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thierry, your turn. First of all, I would like to reassure everybody, when you are on stage and you do not respect the stop sign, you will not have any points taken off your driving license. Now, I'd just like to talk about one point. Being fulfilled at work is a cultural phenomenon. Indeed. For most of us in this room, we are mammals. Most of us. That means that we have hot blood. That also means that we want to do as little as possible. I'm sure you all know Marshall Salin's work on how primitive people organize themselves. I'm just going to run over this briefly so that I don't get shown the stop sign. Our nomadic primitive ancestors would spend approximately 3 to 4 hours per day just surviving. That means if you add 8 hours for sleep, they had 12 hours ahead of them each day to do what mammals like doing best, i.e. nothing. If you are not convinced about this, I would invite you to watch documentaries that are broadcast very regularly. Look at a pack of lions, and you'll see how the king of the mammals spends his time a bit of work and a lot of leisure. And the males rest up more than the females. And that, I'm going to stop the comparison there with, between lions and humans. So, getting fulfilled in work means adhering to a value set which is work. And it's obviously a cultural phenomenon. We have been taught that work, in particular work well done, is a value. But when one notes that this is a cultural phenomenon, and you note at the same time that that this culture is not being maintained, because we've been saying for many years now that work is not really wonderful, it's not really sacred anymore, then we've got this contradiction. On the one hand, we've got our deep nature as mammals, and on the other hand, we have a culture which we think is perhaps running out of steam, or it might have disappeared for some people. The generation that did May 1968 is saving their money. Those who wrote under the all about those times and saying it's banned from banning, these are the best savers that we have, money savers. It's a bit of a paradox there, isn't it? Possibly. But it means that values in society can change, and that they do change. The question that is begged today to all of us here up on the stage is, what has changed? And how do we intend or not intend to reinstate this notion of fulfillment at work? You are fulfilled when you're in harmony with your values. If work is not a value, it's no longer a value, never was a value, well, then this is a bit of lure. One might be wondering if we're all being duped by this. And we're being exploited, perhaps. What justified this illusion? Is this an illusion or not? So why is work a value? And if we ask that question, we'll get some more satisfactory answers, not only for the younger generations. I'm not convinced that this conflict has the younger generation versus the older generations. I'm not convinced by that. I think that apathy towards work is the same, only the way that we express ourselves and the different expectations are different. And to understand these different expectations, one has to question the cultural roots of work. And I'm done. Thank you very much. Cédric Dufour. Yes, now I'm going to start by commenting on this libel. Who is still getting fulfilled in their work? That suggests that people are no longer being fulfilled, but people used to get fulfilled with their work. I think that increasingly People are being fulfilled in work so long as the conditions are right, and it's up to us managers to make sure that those conditions are there. It's true that people, particularly youngsters, want to be fulfilled in their work, and that was not the case in the past. I think I started at the age of 30 when I went to work, and I didn't wonder about whether I was going to be fulfilled or happy at work. I was just glad to have a job with a good wage. And these questions of happiness at work just wasn't on the table at the time. Then later on we had the Y generation, Generation Z, with its search for meaning. And today happiness at work is absolutely key. There's a Science Pool survey which said that a good percentage of students think that being happy at work is more important than the wage that they earn. And so people who work in different companies have certain needs. And today, it's something we have to take into account when you're in a management position. And that's all well and good, because a happy worker is a more efficient worker, works better. We know that the cost of disengagement, we remember in 2021 there were 50 million employees who left their jobs. And then on the other end of the scale, an MIT Harvard survey said that a happy worker is a worker that is 31% more productive and 55% more creative than the others. So it really is virtuous for employers to have employees who are fulfilled at work. But it doesn't happen overnight. You can't just say, yes, my workers are happy. You have to action a certain number of levers to make sure that it works. And I've got 4 levers which spring to mind. The first one, to find meaning in your work, then society has to have meaning. Society hasn't got to be hollow. And society has to have some values. Let me give you an example of this company, Retican, which I'm at the head of. It's an e-trading platform. We could simply just do e-trading, but we do more than that. We have many convictions. Purchasing power, which is why we've introduced a generous cashback program. We are also committed to the need to work on the circular economy, hence a presence on our website of new products and also second-hand products. We are also keen on digitization of our transactions, which is why we're only a marketplace. And all of these values, all of these convictions, are written up on the walls of our company, and they echo with the group's morals. We are a Japanese group, and in Japan they have the shui, which are the classical principles and values of the company or the group, and that is really important when we're trying to attract recruits and to keep them with us. So the role number 1 is to give meaning. So the company itself has to have meaning. Second lever is autonomy. We have to trust our employees. When we recruit people because they are intelligent, because they've got good personality, they've got good background, and so we have to then let them express themselves and let their qualities speak out. It's so very important that people can be fulfilled to have this room for maneuver.
Third lever is, what is my third level? You have 1 minute to find the third level. The third lever is the salary, the wage. Well, no, third lever is creativity. It's not always obvious to think about it, because even you have to value creativity and encourage it and promote it. And it's at the day and age of AI, where a lot of tasks are going to be automated. It remains a very important way to retain our employees. So yes, we're trying to have fun more and more at work. It's fun for the employees, but it also serves the interest of the company. Thank you very much. So we're going to conclude this first roundtable with Loïc Soubeyran, who's the founder and CEO of Swile. I didn't say what Swile, so maybe you can tell us more about it. So Swile It's you give like restaurant vouchers. Yes, it's the point is to have on one card, one app, all your restaurant checks, vouchers, all your business trips, all the money you can spend when you travel for work. And M from Smile is turned into a W for Swile for a W. So I'm going to start with my introduction words, by saying that we are very lucky in this room because you opened the session by asking who's enjoying their life at work, and most of the room raised their hands. So, and the panelists as well. So that's good news. And my deep conviction is that we're very lucky because we are some kind of an island in the middle of a huge ocean of people who are not at all happy in the workplace. So we should congratulate each other for that, and let's celebrate it. Second reason why we're very lucky is usually we have panels that are always agreeing among themselves. And I heard very distinct views and people are not agreeing at all. So we can have a great debate to follow. What does it mean to be fulfilled at the workplace? It doesn't question the commitments. We talk a lot about commitment at work, but you can be committed at work and still not enjoying it. You can be liking your job and not at all finding yourself like you're achieving what you want. So the notion of achievement is really to become what you are. So what you are is getting to the reason for being, and the being what we are is the fulfillment of oneself, is the journey towards being yourself. So how am I going to be fully who I am? So this journey, by essence, is very rare. You have just to look at the famous pyramid of Maslow. Everybody, most of you know it. It's the last level on this pyramid. So if there's a pyramid, it means that, socially speaking, those who manage to get to the last level of the pyramid, they're very rare. And to achieve myself, I need to do what I like. I need to be good at what I do, and it needs to really evoke a really deep sense of who I am inside of me. We don't talk about social status, richness. No. We're talking about internal richness, your internal soul. So this is very difficult to find and to know. If on top of this, we need to do that through work, and that shows how difficult it is that the Mont Blanc turns into the Everest in a few seconds. Because doing this through work, it means that you need to find something that I like to do and that I am paid for. Wow. So the top of the pyramid already is sharp, but it's even sharper now as soon as you try to go through this journey. It's a very dangerous and tricky journey. But let's admit that you find this alpinist who can climb the north face of the Everest without any oxygen, and you're not still immune to the fact that somebody's going to push you out in the middle, down the slope, because even if you combine all these conditions, your desire to work can get you out of this journey. So we can see it with jobs, like nurses. People are really a very strong vocational aspiration to work. I love my job. I am really good at what I'm doing, and they have a very deep belief of doing what they're doing for work. And yet, I am either facing with a very toxic manager, or I am submitted to absurdity, and or I am facing a completely stupid bureaucracy. And some people, even though they love the essence of their job, they get out of the work of the job because of the concrete reality of the workplace. So the achievement of oneself with work or at work or through work, I believe in it. But I do believe that it's only limited to a very small part of the population and the part of the population that has a control over its private life. So very often the people who raise their hands are entrepreneurs or those that are not submitted to an environment that surround them and that could make them drop out. Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping up to the time limits. And since you are the one who assumes not to be in agreement with anybody else, I'm going to ask you what shocks you the more in the other speeches, or the word that you agree the least with. Maybe that's my, it's hard for me because I'm taking risks because these are clients and they're happy clients on top of it. They were, they're not anymore probably, no. No, it was just to question the difference. It's not that I don't agree, it's that I question the difference between commitment and achievement. So for you, what is commitment and it was achievement? Being committed means I like what I'm doing, I like my peers, I'm happy with them, I don't have any toxic manager. Everything that I do, I feel like I'm making an impact in what I do. However, I am not, it doesn't trigger inside of me a deep need to achieve myself, fulfill myself. Do we all agree with that, or are there some people who strongly disagree? Yes, no, otherwise I move on to the next question. I feel like we have talked about a few ideas of commitment and achievement, but when I hear you, or at least when I don't hear you speaking about those who make a good living and those who don't, who are struggling financially, maybe we're not addressing the question, which is it's easier to fulfill yourself if you have a certain wage, a certain income, and you can choose. Does anybody agree with me on that? Alexandra, come close to the mic. Yeah. In the surveys that I was mentioning early on, something to note is the difference between social professional categories and not as marked as we can suspect. For example, this IFOP survey of 2022 asking people is work important for you in your life. It's very important for, from what I remember, 18% of workers and employees, and very important for 25% of managers. So there's a difference, but it's not a huge it's not a huge one. It doesn't mean that the reasons between those differences are the same. I believe that the reality of the job market is harder for the categories that are less qualified, and that can explain that they invest themselves in other things, versus for managers, I think there are more it triggers different things. The fact that they're super connected and it can have burnout, and that can also induce some of the people to try to realize themselves in other fields of life. But there are no real gaps, as big gaps as we can imagine. But we can question the question of the employment, the job that is that you're just accepting, and the job that you're choosing. Yes, the wage is an important factor, but not the same. I told that there's a survey every year to follow the level of commitment, satisfaction, realization, but not only because it's phrased a little differently. And we also work to improve it. And we realize that when we put in place a number of actions, we have a commitment that is getting better, satisfaction that is increasing, even though the wage don't increase. So there are not that many levers that can be put in place except for the wage. Thierry Derez, you wanted to say something? Yes, simply the relationship to wage is very different from one country to the next. Either if you're in France or, for example, in Anglo-Saxon cultures, the narrative going all the way to the secrets, not to disclose your salary in France. it's well protected except for the major leaders. We don't want to talk about it, and we don't want to put it on the table. In the US, the first thing that people tell you that you can find out about somebody that you meet is how much do you make. So if we consider this realization, I understand that wages are important, and I'm an insurer, so I need to encompass everyone. And the fulfillment is not necessarily linked to the activity that you have, but let's remember that there's a very big French hypocrisy on wages, on how much you make. We're in Aix-en-Provence. We're still in France. I believe that in France, we're not far from being ripe. Like there's the feeling of the temperature, but there's also the feeling of the wage that you're getting. You're feeling cool, you're feeling good, you know. How do you feel? How does everybody feel about the temperature? I would say that thanks to all the efforts being made, the general feeling is quite good. But let's say that we drop by 4 or 5 degrees, 4 or 5 degrees less, I think the feeling will be more diverse, will vary from one to the other. It's the same for the wages in France. So I deliver to the economists the possibility to do works on the wage as they are being felt. I went around the table, so I'm okay. And what does your neighbor, Joanne Linden, think about it? You wanted to say something about it?
I think a little bit we missed something also, but I think the injustice in the society is total. I talked about the blue-collar workers. We have the business life. We have the white collars, and we have not the same opportunities nowadays, I think. And I think that is very something to take really care of, because if one part of the society goes one direction and the workers go in another direction, you have establishment condemned, you have politician condemned, and that's at least what's happening in Sweden. I meet them on my site visits, and that's a big society problem in Sweden, because they have their own solutions. So yeah, I can stop there.
Thank you.
If Jennifer does not want to add something, we can then move on to the questions with the room, if you'll agree. And so I give you the floor, and I see somebody who looks a bit younger than the average people on the stage. So please introduce yourself, and two, phrase a short question, please, and speak close to the Gabrielle 2022. I'm a student in economy. I'd like to add something you said, Alexandra, on the importance of work. You said that workers and social categories, higher social categories, take work differently, but it doesn't mean that they don't fulfill themselves in the same way at work. We can say that the blue-collar workers have a very high value of their job, but they cannot satisfy. Do you agree with it? That would mean that despite the survey, there are some sociological differences in the fulfillment of a person at work. Yes, the idea to say there's no difference between blue-collar workers and white-collars, it's not, I'm a bit suspicious of it, but I still believe that an employee, a blue-collar, can have a feeling of fulfillment because he offered a job well done, that, that is gratifying. But the reality of the job market for the people who have less diploma is getting more and more difficult, because of the technological progress, because of globalization, which means that the demand in work has changed, and there's a reality that is less easy for everyone, and the different types of contracts. But on the real idea of pleasure found in doing your job well, I don't think there may be some differences between the groups, but it's not a fatality. Very good. Another question in the room, if we have a second one. Yes, of course. I'll ask you to speak close to the mic, introduce yourself quickly, and to ask a quick question. Priscilla Cornell, I'm an economist. I have a question. What share do you bring to the exercise of individual will in the fulfillment of oneself in your life in general and in work in particular? This is an interesting question. Who feels up for it? Thierry Derez? You know, one of the major enemies of philosophy is that the concept of will did not exist in ancient Greece. They invented so many other things that we feel like they invented everything. However, this idea of will, it didn't exist, implemented at all in Greek philosophy. Why am I bringing this up in relation to your question? Is because our will, I believe that have to admit, is shaped by our environment. We are a political being, a social being. What we want is, for the major part, what we've learned to want, or what we didn't want because we were taught to stop wanting it. But between those two directions, you remain in the field of culture. And that's why I mentioned early on that feeling fulfilled at work has a cultural dimension. You're too young to have known this time, but I can tell you there was time where the earth would produce by itself the resources that men need. One day, one or the other, I don't know who, somebody made a mistake and we got banned and we won our bread by hard work. So you can see that at some times in civilization, work not only is not a vector of achievement, but is a punishment. So either you're in a culture that considers that, as we did recently, since I would say the end of the Middle Age, that work is an offering to God, and as such, it valorizes the human being and it allows the human being to achieve himself. You have a civilization where work is valued. But if you, in a society where this has disappeared, it is much harder to make work a value, because it becomes more abstract. Does somebody else have a question despite the heat? The gentleman, please raise your hand. Yes, you have the floor. Lenny, 22, I'm a medical student. Thank you for coming here. I have a question. Are some trade unions different than the bosses' unions? Are there some strong ones? And are they necessary to negotiate some benefits and to help the workers to fully enjoy their life in the workplace? Thank you for your question. So should we just talk about France? Maybe because we have a Swedish person with us and an American as well. So maybe you're going to give the floor to the American. So how do you portray the trade unions in France? It wasn't really the question that he asked. That's how I understood it. Trade unions in France are very weird because there are very few members to trade unions, and that's unique in countries that I know. But so it's hard to. I was going to talk about countries where the trade unions are in decline, but France it's difficult to know because there are very few members to a trade union. In countries where the trade unions can get weaker, particularly the United States, we find that inequality has increased. And the only doubt is that where's the cause? the simple explanation is companies have learned how to weaken trade unions, and that's what increased the inequalities. But there's also a possibility that it's other forces, for example, globalization or the increase of competition with the increase of international trade that actually weakened the trade unions because they were benefiting from a lack of competition. And now there's not this profit as they used to have, and that's what weakened them. And not, and so the inequality would be increased because of that, because the increase of international trade, for example. And the cause is different. But I would say that most likely the trade unions are strengths for equality. Joanne, Lyndon, do you want to say something?
No. Can you speak closer?
Now I can speak. No. Of course, solidarity, collective bargaining, collective strengthening is the future. It's not old-fashioned. We do it a lot in Sweden, and I do it a lot with also French and all the other European unions. So I think that's the answer for the blue colors to actually be on the field to make this just not an unjustice society. It's more justice. So yeah.
Je pense qu'on a le temps.
I believe that we have time for another question. The gentleman here with his hand raised, and I saw another one here as well. We're going to take two questions. Go ahead. Yannick, University of Montpellier, I have a question on the definition that we make of work in the round table, because we talk about employees' work. And I think about people who talk about ghost work, so all the work that is done outside of the employee sphere. And since we're talking about the meaning of work, are the younger generations not questioning the relationship between the employees and ghost work rather than work itself? So very interesting question. And not so I don't want you to be completely frustrated, so let's ask your question as well. And then we'll see in what order we take the questions, knowing that we have 3 minutes left. Hello, I'm wondering the question for the over 50, because there's so many people who are looking for work at 45 and 50, and to make sure that they can enjoy their work as well. They don't have much choice in terms of their options, and that reduces a lot their wage. So what kind of place do you make in your companies? It's the same for people with disability. It is a quite vast question. Can anybody answer one or two of the questions? Question outside of society, shadow work, and workers who are pushed outside of the work sphere because of their age, despite themselves. I'm going to answer to the lady first. You asked the question for the people who are over 50 or people with disability. The real question is, why do we try to get fulfillment from work? Because as you said, at some point, we must continue to the working to provide for our needs. But fundamentally, if I look back to the image of the pyramid, to make believe that the workplace should be used for fulfillment of oneself is a myth or a lie at best. So we need to completely change the paradigm, and I agree with you. There's a real topic of interest of workers over 50 to keep being engaged in their work and find a work that they like, a job that they like, And this is completely different than fulfillment. We have, we're done. Our time is up. 1 minute. In a few seconds, can somebody go for a conclusion? I would just like to conclude by saying that we cannot tell the unemployed who by definition would like to work, and that they should change their mind and valorize the work, the job that they've lost, and their revenue and their wage. Everybody had a chance to say what they want. Thank you to all of you, and thank you for being here in the room. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this duel. We're going to be talking about the social ladder. I'm not very fond of that term, social ladder. It's all very mechanical, something which you can go up and you can go down on. So, irrespective of where you were born, irrespective of the colour of skin, social status, family background, thanks to the social ladder, thanks to training, education, they can climb that ladder and live a decent life in good health. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about the social ladder. But when you look at the OECD statistics, France doesn't have a lot of activity on the social ladder. Dominique and myself are part of a generation who really took advantage of that. Then it slowed down. Very quickly, I'm going to say a couple of words about who I am. I'm a German journalist. I work for Die Welt and Die Welt on Sunday. And I'm delighted to have with me Disha Dyer from the United States and Dominique Restino from Paris. I'll introduce them to you. Disha is American. She's social secretary at the White House under the Obama administration, and then she founded her own company called Hook and Fasten. She's very engaged, socially speaking. She's a militant. And what's interesting to us today is that she has told about her career and her social ascension in a book which was called Undiplomatic, when she says that she dared do it. She just went for it. And that's of interest to us. On my right, we have Dominique Restino. Some of you may be familiar with Dominique. He's president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Paris, in Greater Paris. So Dominique is someone who, on a daily basis, works with business leaders and start-uppers, but he's also founded a foundation called MoveG. It's something like Movement for Young Students and Entrepreneurs or something like that. That's what its full title is. So he's got a lot of experience. And I don't think there's anyone better qualified to talk about the social ladder, which may be broken. We're about to hear that or not. So just to warm up the room, if that's necessary, we are going to start in the United States. With you, Disha. In your book, you talked about the imposter syndrome. So you're a black woman, you didn't go to one of the major universities, you hadn't got loads of qualifications, your background wasn't wealthy, your family wasn't wealthy. How was it possible for you to carry out your career?
First, thank you for having me here today. It's so good to be with all of you and great to have a break from the United States right now. So thank you for having me here. I am honored to be on this panel. You know, for me, my love for community and my love for people was more important than my status as all these degrees or all these doctorates or whoever I knew. And so when I decided to go back to university when I was 31 years old and then go intern, an unpaid intern for President and Mrs. Obama in their first year, I knew that I could bring something to the table that you could not get at a college or a university, which is passion for people. And I knew that I came from that. I grew up very poor. I grew up, having to rely on assistance. I grew up kind of on my own. And I knew that I could go fight for people at the highest land in the office if I had a chance. And so that is what I did. And so little did I know that President and Mrs. Obama, they had singled me out from being an intern and said, we'd want her to continue with us for 8 years. And so in those 8 years at the White House, I graduated university and I got promoted multiple times. Until then, I was a senior aide to the President and First Lady. And to me, it was an opportunity to bring people in from different social ladders and different classes that did not have the chance to kind of work at the White House or work in the highest office. And so I used my privilege, what I had, to make a difference. And that still continues till this day.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Disha. Dominique, in France, we say that this social ladder is broken, and the OECD statistics say that it takes 6 generations to climb the ladder. We imagine a child born today in Aix-en-Provence, in the hospital here, with poor parents who are perhaps unemployed or on minimum benefits. So statistically speaking, that is not the child who's going to succeed. It's not going to be that baby's grandchildren or great-grandchildren, so which is very bad news. There are statistics, but on the other hand, there are human beings, there's passion, as Disha has so well described. So you, Dominique, how do you see the situation evolving? Because you are in contact with the young entrepreneurs. Well, first of all, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for putting up with the heat to come and listen to us. I'm honored to share this stage with Disha. So in response to your question, I would like to say, no, it's not broken. And I think it wouldn't take 6 generations, but you can climb mountains in many, many manners. I think it would be the 2nd generation. I was very, very fortunate. You don't have to wait 6 generations to decide to do things. So earlier on, you said that you don't like this metaphor of a social ladder. You think it's more like a stairway. Yes, I think you can't just scoot up to the top floor. In French, we talk about the lift, the social lift. So you press a button and you zoom to the top floor. So it's better to talk about a ladder or a staircase because you have to kind of put some effort into it. And even a social ladder means that there has to be a certain strength. It requires effort, and force needs to be involved as well to get up to the next level, step by step. Disha, you have a business called Hook and Fasten, but you also have an association which works with young black women. So what do you do precisely in your foundation? What are you wanting to share with your own experience?
And so our organization that we work with young black women is called Be Girl World. And in the United States, under 3% of all study abroad are black women, young black girls. And so for us at Be Girl World, and even in my business of Hook and Fasten, I'm the person at the top of the ladder putting my hand down to help somebody come up. And so I don't want you to have to climb the social ladder by yourself or have to climb anything by yourself. So the organizations and the business that we have invest in young black girls to be global citizens, to say, you can travel the world. We'll help you get a passport. We'll fund your study abroad. We'll teach you French. And so they can come up and speak French to you all that I never learned, right? So we help them kind of be global citizens, and we reach our hand down the ladder to help them climb up. And so we do that with our organization. And then with my business, I help businesses from across the world, whether they are in banking or retail or sports. I help them help the next generation up the ladder to make income. And so that is what my life has always been about. It's been about saying, yes, we know that social ladders exist. We know that social class exists. But for those of us who have the privilege to make sure that it's not hard for somebody to climb those ladders, that is the responsibility in which I take on, and I do it very proudly.
Dominique, would you like to say any words about that idea or talk about the French school? I was wondering, above every school gate, you've got freedom, brotherhood, equality. Some French people send their children to private school now, and we no longer have the idea that meritocracy is working as well as it perhaps used to. What do you say about this, Dominique? Because you are in contact with youngsters who go to all kinds of schools. First of all, I'd say that this social ladder it exists even with apprenticeships, for example, and learning. You learn, first of all, at school. Then, as you've said, I do meet a lot of business leaders every day at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We also have a centre for education. We train 72,000 people per year in 14 different schools. There are some schools that are really well recognised. There's a business school, we've got HEC, ESSEC, and there are other schools for French cuisine, which there's the Ferrandi school, and they're all among the best schools in the world. And we've got a film school, a movie school, which is one of the best in the world. So I do think, as far as the Chamber of Commerce is concerned, we do strive to make sure that there is a social ladder, because 20% of those people who have a scholarship go to our management schools. It's not a question of is it difficult or not. In these different schools, we are looking for excellence and quality. And when we have excellence and quality, there's no discussion. We find a solution. We have the headmasters of these different schools, and they find the solutions with the right grants, with the right funding, to make sure that these youngsters can deal with their situations. And the French system, let it be said, we think it's expensive to go to school, but in France there are many opportunities to help youngsters who want to learn. With student loans, they have to be reimbursed, of course, but it takes a lot. You have a long time to reimburse it. So when you've got talent, and when you're ready to work hard, and when you're committed and you want to do the effort, then the schools, French schools, and our Chamber of Commerce schools will always find the solutions to help the youngsters who really want to learn. Disha, what are the greatest hurdles that you encounter in your work when you're helping young women? What is the main problem?
The main problem that I encounter, there's two of them. One of them is funding. So if all the problems and all the things happening in the world, from hunger or housing or lack of resources, people see travel and learning different cultures and languages as a privilege, not as a right. And so people will say, we can't fund, for young girls to go to Paris because we've got to help their parents get homes. So there's a lack of funding when it comes to making sure our young students are prepared. And so I think that the challenge I have is trying to convince people that it's worth it. Because it's not that people don't want to give, it's just that the needs are great across the board that sometimes they can't give to all. I think the second challenge that I have is just convincing the young girl or the young student that they're worth it, that they are worth the time, they are worth the money, they are worth the energy, that we love them and we want to see them succeed. And sometimes when you're maybe perhaps raised in a family or an environment like I was, where that wasn't drilled down a little bit, it takes you a while to understand how worth it you are, that you are worth somebody fighting for you. So sometimes, as mentioned, we need the students to believe in themselves, to put the work in so we can meet them halfway. And sometimes that's a challenge with a young person, but I don't give up. I keep going. And, some of them sometimes don't make it, but most of them do. And that is why we keep doing it.
Dominique, you have worked in mentoring in Canada. You discovered it in Canada and you brought mentoring back to France. We're going to talk about your association now. What was your experience? And does it always work, the mentoring? Have you made a lot of progress? Well, no program's going to work in every aspect. You need to put the work in, and you've got to be committed. This mentoring is great. We've got one entrepreneur who shadows a less experienced entrepreneur, and so that to help him or her along the way. There's a lot of caring, a lot of positive help. The fundamentals are all there to make sure that we nurture this trust. We have monthly meetings, helping the person to pose the right questions. The mentor is not there to ask the right questions. The mentor is there so that the person they're mentoring asks the right questions. I brought this notion from Quebec some 19 years ago. But now, very recently, it has become very well constructed, and over recent years, the French president has put his shoulder to the wheel also. But to come back to this subject of the social ladder, well, I would say mentoring is part of this kind of social staircase or ladder in our schools at the Chamber of Commerce. And we find it here because when we help different people, not to show them how they should go about things, because we all have our own experience. Often people say to me, it's great to give examples and to pass on your own experience, whereas I think you can share an experience, you can't pass it on at different levels. We all have our own point of view depending on our own experience, and then mentorship through this social ladder means that you can discover a world that you were not aware of. The actions which we carry out, well, I'm a public and private. I have two hats, so I can combine the best of those two public and private worlds. When we have youngsters who don't have any networks, they don't know people. If you talk about traineeships, for example, when a youngster is training, they have to go out and get a traineeship or an internship during their studies. They don't know very many people. And also, there are youngsters who come from very underprivileged neighborhoods who don't know people who can give them these trainee experiences. So we do programs such as that so that we can get these youngsters who don't have contacts to meet with people who can take them in on an internship. So that's training, education, and we also do it with our different programs, because the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in France helps project leaders and enterprises to create and grow their businesses and to set up businesses. And so this is the work which we do with our colleagues to make sure that we include everybody, absolutely every single person, male, female, boy, girl, man, woman, who's ready to roll up their sleeves. It's not going to happen on its own. You have to be ready to put the work in. And I think that a mentorship for entrepreneurs is a good illustration. That is why I've really committed myself to these programs, which will grow. And I help youngsters aged between 18 and 30 who've got different levels of education, because I'm convinced that the first natural resource of a country is their youth. And we need our youngsters. We need our youth. So the question for me, in France, we believe a lot in our qualifications. When I hear what you say, Dominique, I say, well, no, the qualifications aren't the most important thing. This morning, I was talking with a French entrepreneur who lives in the States, and he was saying, he's very successful, he was saying that my son, I would recommend him I prefer to give him money rather than send him off to college, and for him to set up his own business. Disha, apparently it costs $400,000 to get a bachelor's degree so that you can get a job after that, and where you're not going to be better paid because of your bachelor's degree. So what kind of possibilities are there in your country today?
First of all, tell your friend that he can also give me $400,000. That sounds good for college. But what I would say is that it doesn't always cost that much, right? The issue is that when they graduate from a university, they most likely will not get a job that is paying that money. So if they took out loans, as we have in America, a lot of student loans, they end up going into debt. that debt accrues interest. So now you have a young person with a degree, which is amazing, but they have no way to pay it back. And they're going to be in debt whether when they start having children, or whether they want a house, or whether when they want to start their own business. And so I advocate, and I'm not sure what the French equivalent is, for a community college, which we have back home, which is what I went to when I was 31 years old. I went to a community college that I paid by class, and I took only 3 classes a year. But that qualified me to then apply to go work for an internship for President Obama. So that led that for me, and then once I finished, I was able to continue going to school and working at the White House. And so I think that part of our social issue in America is that we want our students to appear the brightest and the best, which means they're going to the universities that cost $400,000, just so they could say, my student went to Harvard, my student went here, which is no problem with that. The issue is that they get themselves into debt, you know? And so there is a slower pace way of doing it, but since we like image and we want to make sure that we're seen as the Harvard student or anything else, people will take that over financial literacy and taking time for the students to go through. And so I always advocate for the community college, starting there first, and then getting a job that will help you pay for the remainder of your school. And I think that people are moving towards that as we see our economics change, and after the pandemic, I think that we're seeing people move more towards a smarter choice of university and schooling than letting their child go into debt for a long time.
Just to come back on this, let's not place these let's not create 2 opposing teams here. Either you study or you create a business. No. Yes, study, learn to love learning as well. This is all very important. Up until the age of 40, I hadn't even got my school leaving certificate, but I knew so many things. I'd done so many things. And there were companies which I founded at the age of 24 helped me to climb that social ladder because I worked hard, I was very resilient, I was passionate about it. So let's not call them opposites. It's not one or the other. I met an executive from and I'm working at a very important business school because we learn all the time. And this social ladder is not only due to the fact that it's not only for when you're young or when you're in a difficult situation. Your entire life long, you can work on that social ladder. I prefer the world to be better at all stages. The working market has changed also. What has the impact been? We've talked a lot about AI, and I'm sure many jobs will be lost due to AI. What do you think about that, Disha? How do you respond to that?
I think that we are realizing that some of our trades, back in America, like an electrician, a plumber, a culinary, those things are so important. And there's things that a lot of those things AI can't do. You need the personal touch of a person. And so I feel as if, it's going to happen. I'm 47 years old. When I was younger, I would have never thought that we'd have phones that we can carry around and I can get a hold of anybody at any time. Same with music. You can listen to music like that. Things change. And so these developments were going to happen. But I think that if we can make sure that we also level the playing field with AI, making sure that we train people to do it, making sure that it's fair, making sure that we're using it for good, but then also that we're pouring into some of our trade schools and some of our traditional careers that are important. I think back in America we talk about how our plumbers and our electricians are making so much capital because those are things that are never going to go out. They're never going to go out. Like, we're going to always need somebody to fix our bathrooms, to fix our sinks, to fix our things. And so I think that AI is going to happen. We've got to keep up and make sure that we're able to let everybody use it in a good way. But also we need to continue to pour into our trades that we have.
Mm-hmm. Merci. Dominique?
Thank you for that. So Dominique, you have said what you've done so far. So what is your tip for success? Oh, I don't like to give tips, but I would like to share with the younger generations the fundamentals. Dare to believe in yourself, because that is what's going to give you the energy, and step after step you will be able to climb that social ladder. That strength is important, and there will be people who you'll meet. Let's get back to the mentoring question. Mentoring is helping the other to grow. Let me give you a tiny example. I'm going to give you a gesture here, putting the microphone down. It's flowing through my veins, mentorship. Mentorship helps others to grow. I want you to take 5 seconds, because everyone here in this room, you're all in a position to help someone else to grow. Just do this gesture, help that person to grow. Do the movement, follow me with your arms, and the world will grow. It really will grow. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Sophie Fay. I'm a journalist with Le Monde, and I'm delighted to welcome you until 7 p.m. for this roundtable dedicated to the acceleration of inequalities, a time bomb. So you probably remember the book by Thomas Piketty, Capital at the 21st Century, which was a worldwide bestseller. It was published in 2013. Now it's over 10 years down the road, and we're still talking about the topic, and we haven't really felt like we found the right solutions. So in order to discuss this statement and the consequences that it represents, this feeling of rising inequalities, we have a very rich panel with us tonight. This roundtable was prepared by Philippe Trainard, who's an economist with Le Cercle des Économistes, and will give us the landscape of the situation, his own way of doing it. And then to discuss it, we'll be with Jean-François Copé, who you know very well, who's the mayor of Meaux in France, who's also the president delegate of the foundation founded by Jean-Pierre Raffarin, which is now in charge of the project for the Les Républicains of the French right-wing party. We're also with Eki Ilamo. Eki is coming from the University of Finland for the 8th year in a row in the ranking of the countries by, well, in terms of well-being. Finland is the #1 in the world, so obviously the solutions coming from Finland are very interesting for us. He wrote a very good book on a concept that is called the participation share, which is a way of breaking down what the basic income, which is a wage that is given to everyone. Well, he'll explain to you better than I do, and it's in free access, the book, if you want to read it, but it's in English only. Then we have Niti Nueli from Washington. She's at the same time Nigerian and American. She's at the head of an NGO called One Campaign. She's worked for McKinsey. She worked for the Foundation Forbes. She worked for several NGOs. And she's now developing an advocacy to find concrete solutions to the questions of inequalities and poverty, and she'll give us her testimony. And last, we have Trisha Shetty, who's the founder of the NGO She Says. Trisha was born in Mumbai. I really recommend you to watch her TED Talk on sexual abuse on children, and in particular on young girls, which is very moving. Trisha founded this NGO to protect women and to give them the voice. She's very active as well within the Paris Forum on Peace in the world, and she works on the questions of democracy and human rights in Paris for the last 4 years. So I'm going to give the floor without further ado to Philippe Trainard. Thank you, Sophie. Inequalities rising, a time bomb. And I would like to add immediately, watch out, because watch out to what we're saying. What are we talking about? We're talking about inequalities. Inequalities are in a plural form. Watch out means that we have to be careful that when there's inequalities of wage, that leads to inequalities of health, of leisure. It all comes from the basic inequality, which is inequalities of money and wage. If you have a strong health system, which is inclusive, you still find the same inequalities, even if it's coming in a different form. Second point, the inequalities have several forms, and that's what makes it interesting. A geographic dimension. Are things happening the same way in Africa than in France or in the US and in the world? Second, we need to make a distinction. The distinction is rarely made. The inequalities before tax and after tax, and after all the services and all the benefits you receive from your taxes. So then you also have the inequalities by status. So here comes the gender issue, but also Trainard in 2000, how is he going to evolve his wage in 2020 compared to another household that has a lower income or a higher income? So that's what's interesting to know. A few conclusions, just to show you that the conclusions are not another fact, sure fact, in the world, inequalities have dropped between 1990 to 2020. We don't have any numbers after 2019, in fact. So within the countries, since 1999 until 2019, it's a stability of inequalities among countries. After 2019, watch out with the numbers you receive because they are extremely weak. If I talk about the United States, the place where inequalities really exploded, we have an explosion of inequalities of gross wage, but also of net wage on the period 1990-2022, which is not well known, but now is well documented. And if I take the United States in terms of portfolio, real estate portfolio, we have a big explosion of inequalities there as well. But watch out, like in France, 50% is explaining by aging, which is because you live longer, you accumulate capital for longer period of time. So for France, we have between 1990 and 2000 the stability of the inequalities, and after 2000 the inequalities are dropping up until 2019. And by cohorts, if we look at the cohorts, the drop of the inequalities is even bigger. Like somebody who starts in 2000 ends up relatively better off with a better evolution than a higher income of later on. So at the end of the day, this is a very interesting scenario. And watch out when you talk about inequalities. Tell us about which inequalities we're talking about. So a time bomb, what can we do? First of all, we need to be careful of the data that we're using and the words we're using as well. There's not one inequality, there are several inequalities. And watch out as well about the scientific character of what you, for example, the gross income are increasing, but it may not be the case for your net income. So you need to really clarify what you're talking about. And you also need to consider the whole of everything. So the action that is most fundamental, that contributes the most to reducing the inequalities is education, and a quality education, not any education. So there's a whole thinking to be done on that to avoid the time bomb. So there's an aspect of inequalities that can be linked to political, economic domination. So for monopoly or monopolistic reasons, but that is up to the policy of competition. So the ways to avoid this time bomb are the same means, education, policies, competition law, and the advice for all the politicians, maybe Jean-François, when you think about it, we have to be very clear on the goal that we're pursuing to make sure that we don't have a religious debate, but a real debate, social debate. Thank you, Philippe. So you haven't said the word taxes, which is a big issue in France because we've had a debate in Parliament on the Zuckman tax that would be about taxing the highest fortunes. And we have a debate on the budget that is going to be tricky. So who must pay for the efforts made to reduce the debts? And I would like to ask you a question, Jean-François Copé. If the inequalities are not so bad, why are we talking about it so much on the political stage in France? And what are the solutions? We talk about them before. They're an ideological vector. And political debate is fed by ideology and not enough by pragmatism. We are very hypocritical about it because the debate that we keep bringing up or the reports of Piketty that you mentioned is the business as usual, because it's not about knowing what is the gap between the most poor and the most rich person. Is how do we do to make sure that the average, the middle class, doesn't lag behind? Because this is the paradox that we have right now. Never before the feeling of inequalities has been so big by the population among the French population, because they're repeated about it all day long. And the country has never been so generous, socially speaking. And the second paradox here is that the French have never had such a feeling of feeling losing ground in their wages, and yet they haven't been so well equipped, particularly if you compare to what we had 30 years ago. What do you mean by equipment? You mean, yes, housing, appliances, spending power to go on vacation. So what comes out of it? What is it? If I was to summarize it, I would take the famous sentence from Sylvain Tesson, France is a paradise where the residents believe that they're in hell. The real paradox is not in France, it's not even in the Western world. The real hell are in the countries that have absolutely no regulation, very little system, social system, and they live like everything can explode every day. And the biggest inequalities in terms of health, in terms of housing, in terms of gender-based violence, working conditions, and none of the countries that I describe are in the Western world, and particularly not France. So what am I telling you on that? Because I think that we have a huge subject here, which is to find the answer and to stop always repeating the same narrative on the gap in the inequalities and the wages, where the only solution would be to raise more taxes on the rich that are stigmatized as the bad guys. First of all, it's not the case. And maybe the more modest one could help them out too. So what are the solutions? The real solution, the first solution is to say the truth. And to say we cannot put a liter and a half of water in a 1 liter bottle. So if we want to have more money, make more money, we have to work more, and we need to incentive more the additional half day of work in the week. So the real inequalities are in education. They are coming from the social background that you come from, and that applies to to all the world. And if the one field where we need to work more in France is to reduce inequalities, is the fact that a number of social backgrounds have children who are born with less chances, less opportunities than others in different social backgrounds, because they're more going to be tempted to go on social media, they're going to be tempted to use drugs in those difficult neighborhoods, in those underprivileged neighborhoods. The other inequality is the territorial inequality. It's not the same than a high-end neighborhood or difficult suburbs like the city which I administer, which is the city of Meaux. And we see that there's a real divide there between all these various neighborhoods. And third point is all of that generates a structural doubt, and a very severe doubt on which is the real time bomb, which is the doubt on the efficiency of a democracy. So for the last few years, we keep hearing that democracy is not that great, it's not that efficient, I don't make more than I do now than before. So maybe it's all about the democracy. All these leaders are not very efficient. Maybe a good dictator would serve us right. So maybe we may lose a bit of freedom here and there, but maybe they're going to do the job, So how can we, in our democracy, to remind people that we can be efficient within the boundaries of the democracy? And that's a challenge that we need to address, and I'm talking about France, and I'm talking about the Western leaders. We need to give a different narrative than the one that is provided by a number of Western leaders that embody mediocrity. We have a feeling that we have inequalities of power. We have such a high concentration of richness on top of the pyramid that the people who have these fortunes have their voice matter. If it was true, we would have 60% of public spending on GDP and 50% of obligatory taxes on the... What I mean is that it's not the topic. The topic is how can we measure the efficiency of public spending? Unfortunately, today we spend more and more, and yet it doesn't seem to improve the quality of social services. So it's not just about rising the spending and rising the taxes, but I know it's a debate that I'm not going to win you over on. We both have our ideas, but we need to both understand that what is at stake today is the fact that the middle class is lagging behind, and yet they carry the dynamic of the country, and there's too many public spending leads to general frustration, and that's what we're going to have to solve. I turn to you, Heikki Ilamo. You are a disciple. I don't know if I could call you a disciple, but you have been inspired by the works of Tony Atkinson. Tony Atkinson is the professor of economics of the London School of Economics, University of Oxford, who inspired the works of Thomas Piketty, and that started giving the idea to Thomas Piketty to start working on portfolios and legacy. And you followed one of the leads of Tony Atkinson, which is to put in place universal income to reduce inequalities. I would like to have your opinion on the statement that both the first speakers made. Are you sharing their views, or do you have a different view on it?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation for this panel. I think this panel is a very fruitful one, since I think the debate on inequality is somehow misguided. It seems that inequality is the kind of solution to everything which is going wrong in the world. So if we just fix inequality, then everything will improve. And over here, the key question is whether inequality is cause or a consequence of social ills. So if it's a cause of social ills, then if we reduce inequality, the society will be much better. But if it's just a consequence of social ills, then reduction of inequality might not result in nothing more than reduction in inequality. I tend to disagree with my previous speakers, since I think inequality, and I'm talking about inequality in terms of income inequality and wealth inequality. I'd like to think inequality in terms of body temperature, the human body temperature. So if the temperature is high, then there's something wrong with your body. But the thing is that it's just a symptom of an illness, most often an inflammation in some part of your body. And if you just deal with the consequence, it's not gonna cure your illness. So my opinion is that inequality is mostly a consequence of social problems. So it's a consequence of lack of education. It's a consequence of Sorry. Okay, so it's a consequence of lack of employment opportunities, lack of health care. There are also some other factors, like which was referred to previously, like monopolistic market structures, etc. And over here, I think it's very essential to think about which social ills are behind the rise in inequality. And since tackling those things will actually result in improvements. So what I'm not saying that we should not have social protection measures or any other income transfers. They're very important. General social protection measures, they help people to recover from social risks like losing a job or getting sick. But very good unemployment insurance doesn't actually create jobs, or sickness benefit doesn't actually cure illness. So we need to have other policies in place as well. So we talk about taxes as well, and I think progressive taxes which reducing inequality are important, and of course you need to have good public institutions to fight against the root causes of inequality. But I think that the taxes, they are not so important as such. It's also important how the tax money is spent. So if that money is spent on quality education, which was mentioned earlier, or on good social protection programs, that will actually deal with the root causes of inequality. So my main point is that inequality as such is it's only a kind of a symptom of things going wrong in a society. It's not the root cause. And then also final point is that when we talk about why this debate is somehow misguided is that we have to make a distinction between equality as a kind of a moral imperative or a moral goal. It's very much ingrained in the thinking in France in liberté, égalité, fraternité, and it's very much implemented in Finland. So people think that it's fair. We must have a fair society, and it's important goal as such. But then another issue is to think about what are the root causes of inequality and how we could deal with the root causes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to...
Sorry, I was speaking English, it's continuing in English, so we decided we're going to moderate in French, so I apologize for that. DT, with Millie, you are looking everything from Washington on these policies to fight against inequalities and against poverty. Which ones are the most efficient? We can see that fighting against inequalities have a hard time being promoted because we have a hard time, agreeing on the definition. Isn't it better to fight against poverty? And what do you do about that within your NGO One campaign?
Opportunity to engage, and I applaud the comments that have been made before me. So the One campaign has actually been founded on this premise that none of us are equal until all of us are equal, and that where you're born should not determine whether you live. And Bono, Bobby Shriver, and Jamie Drummond, three individuals from very diverse walks of life, saw what was happening in another region of the world and felt this is unacceptable. How can we live with ourselves and this is happening? And so that is what pushed their work. And we've actually, as a globe, can celebrate a lot of wins. Poverty has been cut in half in the last 20 years. Those who die of childbirth has been cut in half. Children are living more past their 5th birthday, more than ever before. And that's because of the work that many of us in this room and many of you have done. So I think as a world, we should be proud of the progress we've made. But there's still inequity. And what is driving some of this inequity? One campaign has great data, and I just want to share some of the data with you about where the inequity still remains and why it remains. And part of it is conflict. In fact, when we think about where some of the inequity resides at the moment, we see that 2/3 of the world's extreme poor live in countries characterized by fragility, conflict, and violence. 421 million people live in extreme poverty in these countries. And conflict is something we recognize as an issue. However, what is driving this inequity in these countries? Number one is structural barriers. At the One campaign, we've taken on the issue of debt. We have 20 countries at the brink of debt distress. Why? Because of the cost of debt. We actually have data that shows that many of these countries pay 500% more than their counterparts in Europe. And many of these countries are paying more to Europe than is coming into their countries. In fact, in Africa, which is a continent that's most affected by this, we've calculated that even in the private sector, when we take debt from Europe, we're paying 500% more than our counterparts because of this risk premium, a perceived risk of investing in a country, linked to negative perceptions, linked to our views of this world region. And many of these perceptions are unfounded. They're not based on data. They're based on bias. They're based on preconceived notions. An organization called Africa No Filter calculated the cost of negative reporting on elections in Africa is $4.2 billion. So it directly affects investment flows. And so when we think about dismantling some of these infrastructure barriers or these structural barriers at the One campaign and unlocking fair capital, we think about a few issues and a few potential steps. The first one is changing the narrative. When we think about investing in the lives of others, is it a cost or is it a benefit? What is the return on investment for investing in the lives of others? At the One campaign, we've been fighting for Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, and the Global Fund. And we've clearly shown that $1 invested in Gavi results in, some people say 20 times. There's data that shows 50 times returns. There's no better investment. And oftentimes we say, well, I can vaccinate my children in France, but I don't care about other world regions. Why is it my business? France gives less than 0.4% or 5% of GDP to any other parts of the world and has cut its investment by 40%. When we ask the average European, do you feel good that your country gives a small 0.4% to another to save a life? Everybody says, I feel good about it. It makes me feel like a hero. I'm helping other world regions. We have an office in France and great young people who fight for this cause. And we're proud of French people who believe that their country should help other world regions. And that a small investment, a €1, less than €1, in fact, it's maybe 40 cents. Is it cents we say here? Cents? Should be used to save another life. So change that narrative. Show the return on investment. That we're more connected than we think. COVID-19 showed us we're connected, but we forgot very quickly how connected we were. So how do we reframe that? That's the first step. The second is the important role of data. And we've talked about data here, and I think that this social media makes everybody feel poor. I think a lot of young people here feel the pressure of the better life that other people are living. There was a very great wedding in Venice, and everybody said, I want to have that wedding. I saw many young girls dreaming about that wedding. No, not in this room. So now the standards are higher and higher about what wealth looks like and my expectation of wealth. And that is unacceptable. And I think it's important that we reframe what wealth is. And wealth is, social capital is more than, it's social capital, it's relationships, it's values. And that reframing is important. We just released a very good report, and I recommend that all of you visit our One Data portal that says from scarcity to security. And when we're defining security at One, it's not about defense. That's just one part of it. Security is health security. Security is social contracts, social security. Security is well-being, it's nutrition security. And we have to reframe what we mean by security. And that's where changing narratives and data has an important role to play. And finally, we have to hold governments accountable. We have to. We as citizens of the world cannot leave our governments to abdicate the responsibilities they have to serve as good neighbors. France has benefited a lot from many of the Francophone countries in Africa. We see France as a very good partner. France cannot abdicate its responsibility to the Global Fund, to Gavi, and to key organizations that play an important role in uniting us. France cannot abdicate its responsibilities to the African Development Fund, which will enable us to grow our economies. Africa does not need charity, Africa needs investment. And at the One campaign, we believe in a pathway to sustainability, where we see European investors working alongside us, offering financing that is fair, that is priced appropriately, and that ensures a pathway to sustainability, so that we're not dependent on any other world region. We have a vision that African countries will grow their economies, and we have the commitment of many partners on the continent to ensure that we get to a stage where we're not dependent. For me, I'm committed to ensuring that we come on these platforms in future years and talk about the success stories of what we've done together, because we changed narratives, because we took responsibility, because we committed to solidarity, and because we made a personal commitment to see each other as neighbors, as peers, and as partners. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. So we've understood that there is this question of inequality between the North and the South. But within African countries, are there also inequalities which are ill-perceived by people, or is that not part of the political debate?
It's part of the political debate. And the same expectations we have of other nations we expect in our own. And the domestic taxes, the recovery of taxes, the return of illicit financial flows, right? The evasion of taxes are all key parts of what we take on at the One campaign. So it's definitely transparency and accountability and data that informs data-driven policy making, but also enables civil society to hold governments and the wealthy accountable, because we're complicit on all sides.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Tricia, we haven't really talked very much about inequalities between sexes, the genders, but we see these gender differences in all countries. There is progress being made, but we do see that even in European society, here in France, even as soon as the pressure is raised and we backtrack, and there are inequalities in terms of education, which are very important for the future, for revenue and heritage. So with She Says, what do you do? Thank you very much. It's we're always talking about a time bomb here, but the bomb is already here. It's not a time bomb. It's going to go off now. If I could simplify all this, I would say...
Crisis, c'est là, le bombe. Education, quality education.
Quality education is there.
The job economy, it's already here. And the matrix of it all, the loss of faith in multilateral systems, the loss of faith in international institutions, the decline of democracy that we're seeing world over, that's also already here. So je trouve c'est vraiment inutile de dire c'est une...
It's pointless saying it's a time bomb, no. I don't agree with what Philippe said about the inequalities over recent years. If we take a look at the statistics.
We do not have access to transparent data. Countries are not giving you access to transparent data, that's one. If you just talk about the report of Thomas Piketty and the World Inequality Lab, based on 2022 and 2023, the top 1% in India has an income share that encompasses 22.6% of the entire country and a wealth share of 40.1% of the entire country. That is the data. So yes, our GDP is doing very well, entre guillemets, but guess whose pocket it is going into? We have a 900 million population of people that are eligible to work in. You have to understand these numbers, right? 900 million. The truth is, India is not looked at as a democracy with citizens qui a le droit de l'accès pour le droit.
Who have the right to work.
The West to tap into. Right? That's the first truth. That's one of the crises we should talk about. So out of the 900 employed people, 100 million educated women are no more even looking for jobs anymore. That is the lived reality of the situation we are living in. These are educated women who are not looking for jobs anymore. So, and Monsieur Jean-François, je suis d'accord avec vous.
Jean-François, I agree with some of the things you've said, but I'm not in agreement about what you said about inequality if you're only talking about women.
Women in France will get raped. 1 out of every 8 women in France will get raped. So this concept of inequality is unfortunately touching us all, and I think this is where we can find a lot of solidarity. For me, the true crisis, and of course we'll get to solutions later, but I think it's important to pin the tail of the donkey. And the true crisis is that if you are not the right color, if you don't speak the right language, if you don't have the right passport, your inequality will not be looked at as seriously as the others. Our numbers don't match. Because if we're still debating about a bomb and retardement, je suis désolée, mais on ne parle pas de Soudan. Right now, the world's largest humanitarian crisis is underway in Sudan. It has entered its 3rd year of conflict. 6 million women and children have been directly displaced. 12 million people are directly affected by gender-based violence in Sudan. 12 million people. If we talk about Gaza, the genocide that's currently underway in Gaza, UN experts have said, end the unfolding genocide or watch it end life in Gaza. And what does that mean when we talk about watch it end life? 52,535 deaths, out of which 70% were women and children, and this is as of 18th March 2025, and there have been more deaths, unfortunately, since then. So what we're seeing time and again is when we talk about the global crisis, unfortunately, it has to reach the European Union, it has to reach le territoire des États-Unis pour vous comprendre, en fait, il y a un problème qu'il faut qu'on adresse.
For you to realize that there's a problem. The problem is already here, but the solution is already here also. Thank you. I would like Didi to take the floor again. There's a question we've all been wondering about, and this is budgetary inability to reduce inequalities. We see that budgets are being questioned everywhere because all of the developed countries are now in debt. Also, there's a change of policy in the States, and also we see there a change of policy in big philanthropic organizations as well. So what can you do about all of that? How can we act?
Yeah, so I'm just coming from Seville, where we had the Financing for Development Summit, and that was the first question on the table. It's a new reality. And I love a quote from one of the speakers at Seville who said, "The barn has burnt down, so now I can see the stars." And I think that is the crisis we're in, but it allows us to see clearly that the US has abdicated leadership at the moment. And it is time for Europe, it is time for Africa, it's time for Asia to step in and fill the leadership vacuum. As someone who is both American and Nigerian, I never thought in my lifetime I'd be saying this, but I think it is the reality. So that's the first recognition. Nobody is going to save us. Somebody else said, Father Christmas used to come. There's no Father Christmas anymore. It's taken significant amounts of money out of the development landscape. But it doesn't mean we've stopped fighting, right? At the One campaign, we're still fighting because we expect that everywhere there are cuts, citizens will rise up and demand that there's a reallocation because citizens care. They really do care about each other. I think the narrative that citizens don't care, I think is false because when we have actually polled them, in the UK where we've seen cuts, in the US where we've seen cuts, citizens say, I care about how my country shows up in the world. I want to be proud of my country. So we will continue to rise up. That's the first thing. The second thing is we need new forms of capital. The concept of my country first and then you second is not going to work. It has to be mutually beneficial relationships based on trust, and we have to rebuild that trust, based on transparent and accountable partnerships, where funding is flowing where it's needed and it's priced fairly. At the One campaign, we're excited because Africa is hosting the G20 for the first time, and South Africa is hosting. And we've taken on this cost of capital as a critical issue, and the debt issue as critical. Debt is not bad, but if it's priced unfairly, it is crippling. If countries are paying out more than what is coming in, that's unacceptable, and we have to remove the structural barriers. We need data, we need to take on the credit rating agencies, we need governments and bond markets to pay fair, and we need to shift financing. And then the final thing, and I know that migration is still an issue in France, and it is an issue across the world, and she alluded to it. We have to see the workforce of the future coming from Africa and Asia, because we have so much to contribute. It is not a bad thing when you have equipped a workforce with talent, with creativity, and you have to pay them fairly. We're seeing that this bias against the workforce is unacceptable. When you go to Senegal, you see French workers. They are treated as superiors, which is unacceptable, right? But here, when we have Senegalese workers, they are treated as inferiors. We need to stop that. So from where I sit, I think there's a need for us to reset our view of migration, and Africa will play its role in equipping the workforce for the future, starting with health, right? We believe we can produce the doctors, the nurses, the care workers that are world-class for future. And I think we need to start thinking about critical minerals as a sector of growth. Ag and food, as Africa can feed itself and the world. How do we unlock that? So as we think about critical sectors and the right financing, we then see ourselves as equal. Our vision at One is that Africa is an equal player, and that's what we work on to push every day. Changing the barriers, removing the barriers, but also uplifting people so that France can rise, Nigeria can rise, Senegal can rise, and together we're stronger as a world.
Jean-François Copé.
Well, first of all, I think these changes are really interesting. And our discussions identify the differences that can make us see things differently. I just want to make a couple of comments about what I've heard. The first pertains to Africa, because obviously I was listening to you. This is a subject that I am very familiar with, as is the case for other French politicians. I just want to say something. In general, Europe in general and France in particular, has nothing to blush about when talking about the work it's carrying out in partnerships with Africa, particularly French-speaking Africa, in economy, in culture, in security. A lot of outstanding work has been carried out. And in your analysis, there's one thing which I believe you didn't underline enough. It's for two states to work together, the French state and an African state, because we're not talking about Africa in general, we're talking about an African state. You have to have some interlocutors, you have to have individuals with whom you can talk. However, when on the other side of the table, you've got leaders who don't want to speak to you because they are instrumentalizing the relationship they have with you for internal political ends. And when they smile to the sirens of external forces, of Wagner militia forces, for example, or the behaviors of other countries such as China, then we're not playing on a level field there. The time comes when France, which is not a superpower, it doesn't have the resources or the objective motivation to want to exchange with people who don't want to listen to them. And that's an important message. I want to say that France's commitment to security with sub-Saharan Africa to combat Islam terrorism and all violence done to women, France's commitment has been absolutely outstanding and has translated into a very humiliating turn of situation for us, to the point where some of us are saying, well, because the African states in question think that they can do things better with other parties, well, we can let them get along with Wagner. Just let them get on with it. Because constantly we cannot be humiliated and made to feel so guilty. We want to deploy these efforts with our resources. And yes, we may be clumsy sometimes. But the second point I wanted to bring home, and this is for you because I was listening to you, of course, very carefully. And I would like to commend what a great presentation you made. However, how do we measure inequality? It's the way in which a state combats those inequalities, and I'm sorry to say this, but in a democracy, we fight inequality better than under any other type of regime. And I'm so convinced of this because the violence against women you're talking about, it just so happens that I am first in line for combating this subject. I've worked hard on this subject. Getting equal number of men and women on boards and banning the burqa garment. What I'm wanting to say is that here in France, and this is the difference with many other countries which are not democratic, here in France we deploy huge resources to make sure that we cover all bases so that this victimization narrative cannot be heard. Yes, of course there's violence and we are fighting that violence, and France is not indifferent as others may be. We are not indifferent because these are our values. I think we have to get that message hammered home. So you can't put all countries on the same level. We all have different cultures. There's no moral judgment here. I don't like that European Western approach which says that others are all daft, they haven't understood anything because we are the Democrats. Even I've arrived at a time in my life where I think we should stop asking non-democratic countries to become democratic. Everyone has their own choices to make. But on these subjects, we do the best we possibly can, and we have put in amazingly brave measures. And my final comment, when I first started speaking, I said that the drama we're going through today is that there are more and more people in democracies which are calling democracy into question, wondering whether it really is the right regime. The real danger is in our Western countries to have populist, extremist leaders who are trying to nourish some kind of electoral success by talking about these combats which should be against discrimination against minorities. And just believe, I am not woke, I am not a woke bloke, but I think it's the other side of extremism which we have to combat similarly. But for heaven's sake, stop comparing those the democratic countries who do the best they can with those other countries who are just feeding off the back of these inequalities to protect values which are not shared by Europe and the Western world. Heikki, did you want to react to that?
Express my admiration for your very passionate and accurate analysis of how things are in the world. And it definitely looks pretty bad. But what I would like to emphasize is that if we take a long-term view, things look a bit different. I'll just give you two examples. One is that just 100 years ago, Finland had the bloodiest civil war in Europe, and now we have been the happiest country in the world for 8 years in a row. Another example is China. When I was born, tens of millions Chinese people died of hunger. There was probably the first famine in the world, the Mao's Great Famine. And now look what has happened in China. And I think, well, just commenting on your remarks on democracy, I think we are probably too sure of ourselves if we just look at what has going on in China. They also have been able to keep inequality at bay, although they have had a remarkable economic growth which has lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. So it's just a remarkable achievement, and I think we have to take that for what it is and think how we could do better. So our democracy is not worth the admiration and the passion for democracy if we can't deliver better results. If there is a regime which is not a democratic and is way more efficient than ours, then we have to think about that. Another notion is just comment on you concerning the development financing and investing and all that, what's happening at the state level, global level. I've been working on climate change adaptation in the southern part of Madagascar, which used to be the French colony. And it was declared by UN as the first climate change-induced famine area a few years ago. And we were studying so-called asset-based community development, where people are just working with the assets they have. There are very few international organizations, and the state is a very weak actor. So you just have to work what you have. It's mostly religious communities which are teaching people to drill wells and to plant trees and to adapt new farming techniques. So that's something what's happening on the grassroots. We should not ignore that, and we should not be discouraged on what's going on. I mean, it's such a terrible tragedy which is going, for example, in the US development finance. But there are other things, positive things going on the ground.
It's true, we've not really talking about inequalities linked to climate change, and those inequalities will be quite strong. So throughout the debate, we have occasionally moved away from the economic aspect. So Philippe, do you want to guide us back onto the straight and narrow? I just want to come back on what has been saying about, I would like to underline this recent period. The data is not very robust. Some data comes from NGOs which suggests that there's an increase in inequalities, but we must take these figures with a big pinch of salt. They're not very robust. We don't have precise figures. We really need precise figures. I think, from what I've heard, that yes, there are some points where we must be objective, we must be very prudent also when we're talking about inequalities. The second thing is that we are in systems, political, social systems, which are relatively generous in the West, and tax is not always the right way of reducing inequality. Sometimes it can even reduce inequalities, but it can render the poorest even poorer, so we must be very careful. And we also see the role of education, the role of regions. How can we make sure that whether the north or the south or the east, they're not different? And a lot of the debate was dedicated to security, not only making sure that there are policemen on the street so people don't snatch a handbag, but security for women. That's another dimension of inequality. If you go home and you're not sure that you're not about to be raped, then that means that there is a basic inequality which is experienced as a loss of well-being. And several score points are removed there. And so we need to fight for that. And the final point, and this is as far as an economist can go, when we're talking about democratic and non-democratic economies, I can say that liberal institutions and democratic institutions are key because of the critical power that they give, and because of the data, and because they also are the basis on which we can carry out a combat against inequality. Because you've mentioned quite a few countries, the combat against inequalities is very difficult. And there are so many inequalities around because everything is being masked. Because of the narrative. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you for your contributions. We may have the time for just a quick question, a very, very quick question. Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Robin. I'm a student in Grenoble and I'd like to be a journalist. Here we are fortunate every morning to have the Hebra group handing out the newspapers and other press partners handing out their newspapers. We've got Jean-Marc Jancovici who has talked about newspapers, and it reminds me of something which speaks volumes to our youth, and that is it's a survey which says, would you agree to curb access to aircraft? People say no. If you say, would you be prepared to curb the number of flights and ban private jets? People say yes. And in France today, we are privatizing water. There's a lot of inequalities, even in this country, pertaining to climate change and access to water. Water is going to become very rare, and that really does worry me. Would anyone like to react to that? Yep, I'd like to step up to the plate. This is your political party's opportunity to talk about its manifesto. Yeah, sustainable development is a huge subject. Now I would say for 15 years now, we are starting to have a little bit of experience on how to broach these problems. One has to start by listing all of the positive things which have been done to protect our planet in Europe and in France. The big mistake that politicians are making is to make people feel guilty, because it makes them feel powerless to contribute to saving the planet. And so it shifts the debate. It's not a question of how many times you take a plane. It's more about knowing whether in all areas of life, if you can be more ecological. For example, today in France, we are one of the countries that sorts its waste best in the world. We've got the cleanest water in the world. We're one of the countries in the world with the most eco-responsible agriculture, despite anything else you might hear in the news. And so in terms of energy, we have managed to get a good energy mix. So let's stop characterizing things. The subject is not private jets. The subject is, can we have clean aircraft with clean jet fuel? And technology will make this possible. That's the challenge, to try and look at things in a more general manner, and to have public policy which is responsible, where we're not making people feel guilty, where we are including people and making people trustful and confident. Earlier on, I heard an exchange about dictatorship. By definition, you are not free to criticize what is said, whereas in a democracy, you do have that right. And the role of a politician is to be positive about policy, not constantly to be making people feel anxious. And there, I think we've got a huge challenge to rise to. I'm sure we could have a second round table on that subject. However, we have been told that the time is up. Philippe, you can wrap this up for us. Okay, the final word. Yes, there are inequalities. We have to be careful. There are different types of inequalities, of course. There are some which require rapid action. The question of that time bomb, I think inequalities, those that are most problematic are not time bombs, they are current issues that we have to combat. And I think all of them are things which we might tend to neglect and which we have to bring back centre stage. Particularly the question of the safety of women, because if someone is not feeling safe, they can't enjoy life to the full. Thank you very much, everybody.
Je sens que je vais commencer parce que là, tu vois, je me tu vois, la biodiversité, moi, tu vois, ça m'interpelle.
Surtout son effondrement.
Oui, notamment. Plus son effondrement.
Plus son effondrement. Si ça pouvait disparaître, d'ailleurs, ça nous arrangerait.
Oui, moi aussi, là, parce qu'il y en a marre. Hein. Toutes ces bestioles partout, là. Mettez du béton, merde. Des plantes en plastique, du béton.
Oui.
Good evening, good evening. Thank you for being here still at 7 p.m. Well, it's getting a bit cooler. We're here to talk about the biodiversity tonight, irreversible collapse of biodiversity. You know, je suis Raphaël Lejean de BFM Business. I'm co-facilitator of the semi-plenary session with Patrick Geoffron, to whom I will give the floor in a minute. Just before that, let me introduce the guest. From left to right, Antoine Frérot, CEO of Veolia, Dr. Naoko Ishii from University of Tokyo, Vice President of the University of Tokyo. Thank you, Madame, for being with us tonight. Brief Rocher of the group Rocher Group. Justin Weiss, Director General of the Paris Forum on Peace, and also Beatriz Veder Di Mauro, for President of the Center for Economic and Policy Research. Give them a round of applause for being brave enough to be here tonight. So, talk to Patrick Geoffron. Thank you, Raphael. Hello. I think you can applaud yourselves as well, because, you know, after already 2 days of, you know, steaming days, you know, to be here at 7 p.m., you know, deal with the reality, the shock of reality of the loss of biodiversity. Congratulations. You know, I'm not sure I wouldn't have done it if he had not been invited to take the floor. So anyway, so a couple of figures to start with. 75% of disappearance of wild vertebrates in the last 50 years. Rhythm, you know, loss of biodiversity is 100 times higher than what was seen in the last 5 first species extinction of the past, which took place over a longer period. And that is what we call the 5 cavalries, horsemen of apocalypse. But anyway, climate change, different use of land and deforestation, and also beyond the 5 horsemen there is us. Us, not just us, but human activities. And clearly this is an issue which is quite complex. So what can economists do in this? We economists, and this is my core business, we love talking about climate, and then we can link up to some metrics for concentration of greenhouse gas and price of CO2, and then more complex issues. But anyway, fairly easy to deal with when you compare this to the complexity of the loss of biodiversity and the economic impact. Figures are there to justify your presence tonight. About 50% of the world GDP comes from domains of activity which are directly linked to the quality of biodiversity. Farming, of course, agriculture, but not only. But if you want an order of magnitude that would concern us in Europe, it is the case at different levels. About 3/4 of businesses, European businesses. So clearly, this is a very serious topic from an economic viewpoint, and which does not escape what we see in the environmental aspect. You know, the cost of the lack of action. You know, if we act today, would cost us twice, half of what it would cost us in 10 years. So probably 10 times less than it would be if we act in 10 years. So it should be a warning signal. No, in order to not to depress you totally. So well, unlike the climate, which corresponds to global externality, well, there is always someone who raises their hand and says, oh yeah, but we Europeans, we French, we don't emit, and so on and so forth. What should we act when the Americans or the Chinese or whatever? For biodiversity, they could have a good alignment between the site of action and the site of the benefits of that action. Could be the case, for example, and we see it probably in the coming years, with renaturation and the effort of reintroduction of biodiversity in the city of Aix, and we'll see core benefits in terms of biodiversity and adaptation of cities, but not only. So to the effect of climate change. Last point, and last but not least, if we dig a bit, well, if you look at the return of experience and the economic business models of companies, we see a lot of things. About 12 years ago, I animated the same conference. Clearly, they were, well, the portfolio was not as rich as what we see today between observations of satellite data, and which give us a numeration of the loss of biodiversity, the regain of biodiversity, and of course the AI, and of course biotechnology, and many things that which are not necessarily will be less mature than they are today. But anyway, I'm absolutely convinced that these reasons for hope will occupy us in the next 15 minutes. Raphael, you get the floor. Thank you, Patrick.
So yes, we can give him a round of applause, although we don't want to applaud these findings which send a chill up our spine. Antoine Frérot, I will begin with you. In Veolia, you manage water, waste, energy. You're a global player in more than 100 countries. You are a key player in ecological transition, as you say, with the mission of consolidating the world. So concretely, how does Veolia act to reduce its impact, the impact of its businesses on biodiversity? And what levers do you think are the most promising to reduce, at the industrial scale, these pressures on the environment? Good evening, everybody. And first of all, thank you for being here so late in the day. I think that we should begin by re-explaining why biodiversity is important. For a long time, this position hasn't been clearly thought out. We talked about the protection of the polar bears, of bees. Biodiversity is not just an obsession of naturalists and aesthetics. The disappearance of the polar bear is a symptom of the deterioration of Arctic ecosystems that regulate our climate. The disappearance of bees. The thing is that their pollinization, 30% of world global food depends on their pollinization. And my neighbor has just reminded that the World Bank has just assessed that 50% of the world GDP is directly related to nature. So if nature deteriorates, then there will be economic impacts. The second thing is that, yes, biodiversity is declining, and it's not the first time. Scientists have showed that since the Earth has existed, that there were 5 other major periods of degradation or extinction of biodiversity that have come one after the other. And another biodiversity took over. And we are no doubt in the 6th, but this 6th has 2 characteristics. First of all, it's much faster than what we assess the 5 others were. And second, there's no doubt that it's directly related to human activity. And therefore, the fate of biodiversity that we know today is directly correlated with the fate of the ecological transformation of our society. The ecological transformation broaches 2 problems. Pollution, all pollutions, the most difficult pollutions, and the most frequent pollutions. And of course, pollutions have a direct impact on biodiversity. The poison we pour into nature destroy biodiversity, but wastewater left in the rivers and lakes kill fish, eutrophies the waterways, and degrade and also make biodiversity disappear. So pollution has a direct impact on biodiversity. And the second main topic that the ecologic transformation looks at is the excessive extraction of renewable resources with regard to their natural renewable. Therefore, excessive extraction of water dries up wetlands and has a direct impact on the biodiversity there, the destruction of forests, or extracting more raw materials, all of this has an impact on biodiversity. So the question is whether the biodiversity disappears inevitably is the same as whether or not we will succeed in the ecological transformation of society. And the good news, and maybe this will be my second, to conclude quickly, the good news is that yes, it is possible. Yes, we can succeed in the ecological transformation of our society, and we can succeed in this because we already have a large number of solutions, more than two-thirds at acceptable costs, and therefore this disappearance or degradation of biodiversity is not irreducible. We are not condemned. Thank you very much, Mr. Phil.
Dr. Naokoishi, you are a professor and executive vice president of the University of Tokyo, and according to you, the problem is systemic. Is that right? Our economy ignores the real value of nature. So, what could be an economic system? What could be an economic system aligned with the planetary requirements and without going into utopia?
Thank you so much. I very much agree with you, Patrice, that saying that nature, biodiversity and nature can be a uniting factor of the entire globe. Because entire today, I have seen that the people's minds are very much occupied with conflict, confrontation, the geopolitics and the fractured world. But I firmly believe that safeguarding the nature, including biodiversity, can be really a united force that to collectively to see the future. So I very much agree with you, and I'm glad that you started with that. And I also like very much what Tony started, science. Science is exceedingly important, and it becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. We were at the verge of collapse from the planetary boundaries. That the scientists identified the nine important subsystems to keep our planet resilient and stable. And according to them, we have already transgressed 6 of 9, which does include climate change, but definitely biodiversity, which is a deep red in this the danger zone. So fundamentally, scientists are telling us is that it's time for us to reset our economic relationship with the nature. These two systems, economic system and the natural system, are actually fighting with each other. In the past, maybe before the fixed extinction time, maybe it was okay because the planet is vast and the human is small. Now it's changed. We become so powerful, and we really hit the carrying capacity of the nature, planet system, almost everywhere. That's why I think it's time for us to rethink that reset our economic system within harmony in nature. Then the question is, how can we really do it? One thing I don't necessarily agree with Tony is that do we really have thousands of solutions to reset our economic system or not? Before I joined the university, I was the CEO of the GEF, and we have done maybe hundreds of projects, nature projects. 80% of them are rated satisfactory. Then why we continue to lose nature? Something doesn't add up. And to me, our current system doesn't really take into account the fullest value of the natural capital. And unless we change this accounting system, auditing system, an investor system, those market system, we will continue to do what we have already done. So it's time to think from project by project fragmentation toward system change. That's what I meant by system change.
Thank you, Doctor. Un grand reset, un retour à zéro.
So back to zero, we rebuild. Brice Rocher, you are the president of the Group Rocher, more than 2 billion euros of turnover, 14,000 employees across the world. And your company is a company with a mission, and that is the raison d'être of your company. How today can you convince other economic players that we must reform our practices in depth? Yes, good evening, everybody. So, as you just mentioned, the group has become a company with a mission in the sense of the law voted in 2019. This was a way of expliciting that which is too implicit and to come back to the company's roots, its raison d'être, and also to reconnect men and women with nature. And if we've come back to roots, it is to come back to the foundations of what the Rocher Company group brand and my father was. My grandfather had an experience very young that changed him entirely. My grandfather always had health issues, rather serious health issues. In particular, in a poorly heated boarding school, to the extent that he was no longer able to go to school, and his parents home taught him. And he and his father were very, very close, and the culture was very strong. And this very close relationship crystallized something between them, except that in 1944, a drama arose. He lost his father suddenly, and he took refuge in the forest for 2 years. He didn't sleep in the woods, but he spent his days there, and it brought him peace and comfort. And it consoled him. And then he became aware that nature had a positive impact on his well-being. And he therefore decided to take action in favor of nature. This nourished his deep-fed conviction, which has today become a collective necessity. Biodiversity, the state of biodiversity is alarming. In 2019, an international report declared that out of the 9 million animal and plant species, 1 million were threatened by extinction for all the reasons that we know. And this loss of biodiversity causes a certain number of harmful consequences that have already been mentioned. The UN, 1 year after this 2019 report, said that the Aichi agreement was a failure. Only 6 out of the 19 were partially achieved, and therefore it was a failure. And so I will conclude with just one thing. With regard to what my grandfather experienced, I think that it's essential to address the biodiversity crisis, but for me it's not just a question of a biodiversity crisis. It's also a crisis of the relationship between humans and nature. And which is terrible, because we are a produce of nature. Biologically and genetically, we're programmed to live in contact with nature. And it is by reconnecting with nature that we find the necessary resources to halt this terrible drama that we're experiencing now. Thank you very much. Justin Weiss, your General Manager of the Forum of Paris for the Peace, you're alerting to the demographic pressure and the need to decorrelate economic activity and destruction of living beings. What tools can we use to allow this short-term decoupling, and how can we build global governance that is efficient in a fragmented world?
De biodiversité, je suis historien.
I'm not an expert in biodiversity. I'm a historian, and I deal with an organization which does global governance. So I'd like to take a step back. We sapiens, we are an invasive species and destructive species. Our arrival in new lands usually will cause a collapse of local biodiversity. You might have read this in the book from Yuval Harari, Sapiens, when he describes the arrival, minus 45,000 humans in Australia, which led to the disappearance of about 90% of all, great animals in Australia, over 50 kilos. And he takes this as a symbol. He says, whenever man goes somewhere, he starts destructing things. Well, it was demographic growth. We were 192 million. We were in years ago. We were less than a billion in less than 2 centuries, but we'll be 10 billion, in 2050. Our ancestors were not in full harmony with nature. That's not true. They were highly destructive. They would clear up everything. They would burn land to do agriculture. They destroyed a lot of exterminated of species, even when they were just harvesters and hunters. So that worked when there were only a few hundred millions on Earth. But now, demographic growth the collapse will not, the decrease will not happen before 2086. So, as Antoine Prévost said, we have to decorrelate our economic activity from our impact on biodiversity and to try to compensate for the the current damage. So, we want to transform our practice with three main lines: finance, but Beatra will let Beatra talk about that, technology, and I think it is key. We've made a lot of headways, a lot of progress. In the US, you talked about pollution. In the US, for example, in 1970, they would emit 31 million tons of sulfur dioxide, for example. In 2020, it was below 2 million. So clearly, you know, we can reduce pollution and we can do less toxic. Agriculture is key in this process because, and this is again a paradox, that is, often we blame intensive agriculture and so on and so forth, but what destroys, what is a problem for biodiversity in this climate is actually the loss of forests and natural land for agriculture. Therefore, if you intensify agriculture, means that you reduce part of the problem with biodiversity. With the technological tools we have now, with the intensification of farming, breeding, we can use less space and regreen the earth. And third tool, and this is where we have Forum for Peace wants to be active, the global governance, that is, we talked about the Aichi objectives, to try to agree to have a framework within which our activities will transform, about the equivalent of the Paris Agreement 10 years ago for agriculture. So my time is over, just mentioning the various efforts, but there was the oceans, we saw that in Nice last month, the Economic Montreal Agreement signed in 2022, which sets new objectives and which is good, and as well the treaty on the high seas. All this is important. I will not dwell on that, but all this could give us tools to transform the intensity of our impacts on biodiversity versus our demography, and this will be the key for remediation. Thank you. Beatrice will talk finance. Will you talk about the refunding of the natural market? So how do you raise private capitals at the scale to avoid the collapse of biodiversity? 3 minutes.
Merci. Oui. Thank you. But I must begin with a few figures. The WWF considers that 70% of global populations of species have declined in the 60 last years, and the ecosystems that support life. But to place this on a scale that is easy to understand, the time that I took to read this sentence, our planet has already lost the equivalent of 10 football fields of tropical forest. So this happens every 20 seconds. So it's obvious that we must do something about it. And the voluntary carbon markets at the moment are the main channel for carbon and nature, and it doesn't work. They are defective. They do not valorize nature. They lack consistency and credibility. So what we propose in a report that we published just 3 days ago in the CPR, and this is free. Yes, you can find them free of charge on the site. So what we propose is a market that is based on nature shares. And just like company shares, you participate in the benefits and the profits when there are profits. And nature shares allow the participation in the profits of biodiversity and carbon absorption. And what is important are the questions of land ownership also. So there's a risk of non-permanence because it is a legal system and not a small project. And the dividends can be retained. The project at the legal level reduces costs, and we must organize these nature shares. So we will provide mandates for institutional investors that guarantee stability. So we think that these could make a major contribution to growing the value of nature and to mobilizing private capital that is required to avoid an irreversible ecological collapse. Thank you. We can see that there are solutions. We see solutions exist, and also the disappearance of biodiversity remains often a secondary challenge in the climate policies. Dr. Naoko Ishii, what is your opinion on that? Why is it a secondary stake in the climate policies, the collapse of biodiversity, whereas it is indissociable from climate change? So in public policies, is the protection of biodiversity a primary stake today?
I'm sorry, I'm not fully sure if I get your question right or not, but you were asking that why biodiversity...
The topic of biodiversity safety is high enough in the political agenda to resolve the problem.
Why nature is not?
Yes.
Well, at least climate change has captured the political imagination of the politicians because people have been affected, directly affected. So there is quite a strong political pressure to take actions. But also that climate change is in a sense easier to account for the negativity because of the carbon that we can think about the carbon tax or carbon pricing. The challenge of the nature is partly because it's so close to us, but never have been really priced adequately, so that this pricing mechanism has not been really tested. And for so long, as I mentioned, we take the nature for granted. It's just there. And because it's free goods, we continue to eat up the nature and treat nature as a free goods, and then that it goes to this the current dire situation. Then that finally, I think many of us wake up and think that we have to do something. But then here is a wall of the current economic system, because our system, unfortunately, is still very much of fossil fuel based, so that the emission can be priced easily. Well, at least we know how to price it, but nature has not been treated as a capital, natural capital, to create the growth or the revenue. So that's why this system change of how we want to account for the natural capital, not just only risk point of view, but as the growth point of view. How can we recognize the nature as an asset class? That has been really the challenge, and because it requires the entire market ecosystem needs to move up together, not only accounting, the auditors, but also regulators, that the central bank, that rating agencies, then investors' perception. The entire market system needs to shift together, and that's why it has been so challenging. And we are a bit of struggling that which piece that we can push to shift this entire ecosystem, move up, so that we can see that the value of the nature as a monetized value of nature on the balance sheet.
C'est un peu ce que vous nous disiez, Patrice Geoffroy, en introduction, c'est-à-dire que ne pas s'occuper de la biodiversité.
If we don't deal with biodiversity, it will cost us, and this is an investment that could be profitable. At the same time, Antoine Frérot, we can see some kind of a trend and antagonism, to protect nature in the short term could cost more. And we see some kind of a return of environmental policies. Well, anyway, at the European level, so at the French level, we talk a lot about it in the CF2LD, CSRD, so when you are an industrial leader like you, those European norms or directives, how do you address them? Have we gone too far in Europe for that? Or do we have to step back, or do we have to continue?
To begin with, I'm going to add something to your previous question. Why are public policies are not taking biodiversity into account. Because I think that for people to understand that the water cycle, the carbon cycle, and therefore the climate and the biodiversity cycle are entirely correlated. In many spaces, when it's hotter, the water evaporates from the ground. There are fewer plants that capture less carbon and which contribute to the heat. And therefore there is even less heat and less carbon sequestration in the soil. So it's a vicious circle. The water cycle in soils, that of carbon and that of biodiversity, are entirely integrated. And this is why we must work on the questions of pollution and the extraction of natural resources. So now let me come to your question. First of all, for a company, the social and environmental performance must be taken with the same level of demand as economic and financial performance. A company is an object with plural performances. And to measure these performances, it is necessary to have some landmarks. I don't see any other solution than to ask the political world to fix these landmarks rather than just let those who want to look after it do it, as we unfortunately left the measure of economic performance to the financial world. It's important that the political world gets involved. And for us as Europeans, of course, the European dimension is the right dimension. So I applaud the fact that the European Parliament, or even the European Council, has decided to propose a way of measuring the extra financial performance of companies. And it's important to leave it in their hands, because if we don't leave it in their hands, it will get into other hands. And just as, you know, the measure of financial economic performance was grabbed by American finance people, we don't want that biodiversity to get into the hands. It's a question of sovereignty. Yes, because when we let the financial world determine the rules to measure economic performance, we shouldn't be surprised that the economy is in the service of finance and not the contrary. I was going to ask you the same question, Beatrice. No, but having said this, we need to do it properly. Meaning, well, we need to... It must be able to be applied to the largest number of companies possible. And the CSRD is far too complicated, so it must be simplified. But we shouldn't throw the baby down the drain with the bathwater. We must simplify it and also maybe look at the life of companies within this area. But we must maintain this normative aspect at that level to stop it from falling into the wrong hands. That's what you can see at the European level. Patrice, you're at the head of a European think tank. So you're tightly connected to the European instances. What is your view of the evolution of doctrine at that level?
I mean, nature right now is in danger from two sides, biodiversity and nature. It's human intervention and then the human on the climate. So it is, we cannot completely detach also from the climate discussion. And the backlash that is happening at the moment is against climate policies at a very fundamental, against regulation and against pricing. So all of those, on all of those levels, we have issues and new discussions. And it is true, yes, firms are looking around and saying, well, do I really need to do this? Let's wait, let's see what the European Commission says in the end and whether this is still necessary or not. But what is very important to realize is that the future of the climate and of nature is not so much in Europe, it is in the rest of the world. Most of the carbon emissions are there. Most of the growth of carbon emissions are there. And yes, we can do things without the US. Excuse me. Yes. So yes, we can do also coalitions that do not include the US. building coalitions around climate and nature is one of the big jobs. And I am actually quite confident that the European Commission right now, still, although it is going for simplification and so on, but they know this, and they understand that building these kind of coalitions is what we should be doing.
Oui, c'est donc plus un ajustement qu'un recul.
Adjustment more than pulling back.
Un peu provoque, c'est ce qu'on...
So let me ask a provocative question. Can we conciliate economic development and protection of the living beings? Yes, the proof. And the same question on norms and standards. I think that it's funny. I was listening to a debate in a previous edition of this festival on should companies engage or not, and the debate was around the purchasing power of consumers. And it said, well, consumers want to purchase products with a value for money that was satisfactory for them, and you know, CSR has a cost. So you said this debate was interesting. And I intervened and I said, I think that we're focusing a lot on the consumers. It's interesting, but you know, that's not just the consumers. There are also the men and women in the company, because the company is a human adventure. It's a group of people who commit to surpass themselves and engage in an adventure. So for me, a company with a mission that commits is a company that engages all of its stakeholders. And if the raison d'être of a company is honey, the company with a mission is royal jelly, because it reinforces the brand of a company, it attracts talents, and because a company is a group of people, if we can attract men and women with talent, it's better, because they will find the solutions to overcome this constraint or challenge of CSR has a cost, and can we get the consumers to pay for it? Well, a lot of financial capital is essential to develop your company, but human capital is just as essential, if not more. And with this status of a company with a mission comes the company culture, which has found legal support, because what is human capital? It's innovative production. It's values, the reinvention of organizations, creative innovation, collective creation. It's all of this. And this is what allows us to overcome the obstacles ahead of us. So yes, it's possible. And I even think that companies are obliged to commit before any legal or regulatory constraint obliges them to do so, because it will be imposed sooner or later, considering the difficulties ahead of us. And it's better to anticipate this, because if we anticipate things, it will cost a lot less, rather than just kind of trying to catch up with the train. And the same thing is the same for true. You know, how does it move for you in the world of entrepreneurs? And then a question for Antoine Frenot, for the big bosses. In the world of entrepreneurs, what's happening? Are things changing? Well, yes, there are companies that have becoming aware, but I wouldn't say that it's general. There is a lot of work left to be done. But what do I see? I do see something. Firstly, companies are natively responsible. An entrepreneur, before the 15th century, when he created a company, took a risk together. But it was a risk where if he failed, he was ruined. Then something happened in the 19th century, a legal innovation, the anonymous company, and there was a transfer of responsibility, because there was a distance created between the entrepreneur stakeholder and the stakeholders themselves, who became investors. And investors today, when they invest in a company, are only responsible for the money that they've put up. If he loses just his shares, but not everything. Therefore, a transfer of responsibility, little by little, came to rise between the stakeholders, owners, and the company. We went from total quality to responsible governance to social responsibility of companies, and I consider that, in fine, the status of a company with a mission translates this transfer of responsibility that has occurred over time. But my main message is to say that companies must engage before they are obliged to do so. I would not change a word of what Antoine said earlier on CSRD, the CR3Ds, etc. I would just add one thing. Beyond the fact that I'm not particularly a fan of an excess of bureaucracy, etc., and things must be simplified. If we impose things upon ourselves in Europe, we must make sure that there are common rules and that the Americans and the Chinese companies apply the same rules.
Yes, let's not shoot ourselves in the foot. Yes, when 10 years ago, when we started saying that the company did not serve only one objective, that the company doesn't belong to the shareholders who were owning the shares, but not the company. Well, that was about 10 years ago. We were very, very few to say that, and highly criticized. Today, this is no longer criticized. The fact that a company serves several objectives. Of course, it is a private undertaking, but also it has a general interest. When a company dies, there are so many people who are impacted, you know. If it was just, you know, to the service of a few, well, people would not cry. But, you know, a company has a general interest entity with social objectives, societal, environmental, commercial, and economic and financial. So, and this is shared more and more. The fact that CSR was one time like the, you know, the sort of all-purpose thing, well, many considered it as like, you know, a cherry on the cake. Well, but anyway, if the CSR, you know, is an objective, you know, and if we remove it, you are you know, you kill part of the raison d'être of the business of the company. And if many of the chef d'entreprise managers do not share this idea that company has to have social performances, plural performances, bring the proof of this plural purpose, with the notion of progress, to measure it and publish it. And even though it's not yet a majority, it is making headway still, and we didn't build Paris overnight. Friedman, the economist who imposed the financial economy and actionnarial of enterprises, his Nobel Prize was in 65, and his triumph was in 1980. And so, and of course, there was Reagan and Thatcher helping him. So we cannot change an economic system overnight. You cannot make it evolve in 5-6 years. But I think a lot of improvements have been achieved for the last 10 years, and I'm very optimistic about the fact that we will make it. And I'm very much like Brice Rocher anyway. If we don't do it, we will have to one day, one way or another. No, Koichi, I can see you agreeing with what you're hearing now. So those two managers, you know, but, you know, so things are moving. So what do you think?
Yes, things are moving, and I very much like that Tony mentioned the ecological transformation. And actually, the source of that idea is actually very provocatively. I think it's also in China, that China promoted this idea of ecological civilization. This is slightly broader than ecological transformation because it's trying to set or reset human economic relationship with nature and culture. So this idea of how we can reset our system with a broader natural system really comes from very deep from China. And based on that, they have already developed the natural capital accounting. They have used it to compensate the people. So it's not just an academic exercise. It's actually being very well implemented. My last point that you mentioned, everybody mentioned the importance of standardization of the measurement, standardize the measurement, so that And Beatrice is quite right that then we don't necessarily have to do only the Europe, but then outside Europe, ISSB, this is a standard of that measurement, is now adopted by 38 jurisdictions, and then particularly the ones in Asia, Africa, are quite vocal because they see it's an investment opportunity to attract the private sector money to their own countries. So there are a lot of progress, not only within Europe, but also the broader, the globe. So I think that on that one, I'm more optimistic about it.
Bon, un message d'optimisme, c'est bien.
A message of optimism, that's good. What concrete coalition should we develop today in terms of governance, once again, and who must act first? We can see that companies are moving, is global governance following. So our credo is multiplayer. We consider that formal multilateralism, that of the United Nations, is very important. It remains at the heart of international life. But in the need to act, we need a multiplayer coalition, which includes the private sector, the big philanthropic foundations, NGOs, development banks, development agencies, and others. That is the right people to have around the table, depending on the subject, because the coalitions are variable. The second question is that in the current landscape marked by the arrival of an American administration that is making fun of these situations and is ready to lower all of the environmental standards and therefore to go for the cheapest bidder, how do we create new coalitions? And that is also the objective of the report that Jean-Pierre Ferry and Beatrice published. And here I must say that what we saw in recent months is quite reassuring, because for the time being, we don't have many countries that have joined the United States in their rejection of the Paris Agreement. Here we're talking about climate, but also we've seen this for the Seville conference at the beginning of the week. That was on development, not specifically on environment, but we saw a relatively robust text from the other countries. The Ocean Summit in Nice last month, we also saw progress. We're not there yet for plastics. We saw that that didn't work in the conference in last December, but we can see that there is a sufficient reservoir of political will among the states and, of course, among the other players to take action. So we mustn't say that, no, Trump is turning his back. But to the contrary, that should be an encouragement to form new coalitions around each of the problems at different levels. And we must remember, of course, that the global architecture, global governance, is useful to unify the different players. And if there is a dissensus or a disagreement, then at one point we must take our responsibilities as Europeans, and we do this a lot already. It shouldn't be done for competitive advantages for Europe, but at one point we must take our responsibilities, including through mechanisms such as border taxes, CBAM, etc. Do you agree with this, Beatrice? Multilateralism is not dead yet?
Multilateralisme n'est pas mort.
Multilateralism is not dead, but it has
forming coalitions which are across different types of concerns, and will include different numbers and clubs of countries. So if we are talking about climate and trade, for instance, the CBAM and the carbon pricing that the European Union has in place can be an opening for other countries, but they would be different countries than if we are talking about financing, for instance, the energy transition, which is very, very urgent and needs financing in Africa. For the first type, we need China. And then there are the questions of how to organize negative emissions. How do we organize carbon extraction? That's, by the way, what I am relating here are the different proposals that we have in this report I was talking about. It's about building coalitions across different types of groups, but also different concerns, linking them. In all of them, the European Union can play a very large role, but we need the rest of the world, parts of the rest of the world, and we need to give them incentives to join. for the negative carbon emissions, technological ones can be organized, and the nature-based ones that we have been talking about can be organized in such a market that it would both account for negative emissions and biodiversity restoration. That is the proposal. It is possible.
Merci, merci pour ce message d'optimisme. Je vais faire un dernier tour de table avant qu'on passe le micro dans la salle. Je suis sûr que vous avez beaucoup de questions. L'un après l'autre, en 1 minute, s'il vous plaît. On va commencer par vous.
Sorry, 1 minute, okay. If you had to choose only one measure, priority measure, economical, political, societal, 1 minute to stop the disappearance of the living species. So what should we need to implement it quickly? So 1 minute, if only one measure to improve, to apply everywhere for all pollutions, for all excessive extraction of renewable resources, of the principle, the polluters pay. And the fees would help those who depollute. If you pollute more, the way of polluting it will be more expensive than depolluting. People will stop. So we know the solutions to remove pollution. It's accessible. We don't have to choose between the end of the world and the end of the month. To do clean work, it's a bit more expensive, fair enough, but it's feasible. Polluter pays. You know, you pollute, you pay. At every level, if we use incentive measures for those who do the depollution, you know, so that would not, it has to be well received, and polluters, you know, this is the main solution to be generalized. You know, the polluters pays and supported. You know, no question. Don't put the money in the basket. You know, use it to depollute. No Koichi, priority of priorities. How do you get there?
My goal is to put the nature on the balance sheet as an investable asset, because it has not been really regarded as even that than the productive capital. Time has come that we need to update our economic system, value the nature, and integrate it in every aspect of economic decision making.
Brice Rocher.
I would tend towards transparency. If it's public, it obliges you to progress. For example, I've just taken up the presidency of a consortium in our sector. It's called the Green Impact Index, the equivalent of the Nutri-Score in the food industry. And the fact of displaying the social and environmental impact of your products allows you to inform consumers of what they're consuming, but it also obliges the company to make progress. And so from that point of view, it's very virtuous. So I think that transparency obliges us to make things public and obliges us to move ahead. Very clearly, the intensification of agriculture. Beatrice said earlier on, the main problem that we have for the loss of biodiversity is the loss of land, of forests, in particular tropical forests, in favor of farming land. And it's farming land that doesn't produce a lot, and therefore it's extensive growth, whereas we need intensive growth, including because we must soon feed 10 billion human beings in 2058, and we will have the effects of climate change that will lower the yields. So we must intensify the technologization of agriculture to feed more people with less land and to give back to nature all of the land that we've grabbed from it. Thank you, and I will end with you, Beatrice.
And I can do it urgently today, I would implement a system to save the Amazon, which is the COP right now. It is in the Amazon, and there are already a lot of good proposals around for both nature restoration, for funding nature restoration privately, and for conservation as well. So this is the opportunity of this year.
Priorité à l'Amazon. Merci, merci à tous. On peut les applaudir.
Thank you very much. We can give them a round of applause. A lot of proposals and a lot of optimism for the future, and that is tremendous. Any questions from the room? I can see some hands raising here. Can you introduce yourself, please? Yes, hello. I'm Alexis Ney. I'm in preparatory school for higher education. I have two simple questions to ask you all. The first, should we reduce or increase the pollution duties? And the second is with regard to polluters pay. But for example, again, faced with the ultra-rich, such as Jeff Bezos who got married in Venice, and the fines paid by that person are ridiculous with regard to his weight in the economy, all of the gaffers. So should we, Antoine Préau, I couldn't hear very well. Should we harshen the polluter pays? No, we need to apply it to everywhere, to all pollutions, but add to this a second part of the principle, which is to help those who depollute. So why did the carbon tax make so much damage that it's been buried in France? It's because we called it a tax. It's not a tax, but it's a duty of polluters pay. It's a principle of pollution, which is a negative externality when we work, and to remedy this. And the fact that it didn't go well is because the duty was collected, but we didn't know where it went. If we had helped people to, for example, use the money to buy electric cars, then maybe it would have gone better. So we must have both of these sides and apply it to all pollutions and not only certain pollutions. So, for example, for carbon today, only the big carbon emitters are taxed with the famous right to pollute. So the principle of the polluters pay would allow us to go faster. Yes, a comment and a response, and we're going to land on the conclusion because there's a big red stop. Your question is very interesting. It leads us to observe that it's far more complicated to define tools and public policies, and it partially responds to the question of why. That's what you said, Raphael. Why is it lower down on the agenda? Well, because it's more complicated, so we have to really engage public debate around this question. So I'm going to recycle, because this morning it so happened that I introduced and participated in the moderation of the session on youth policies. And youth policies naturally tend to speak, and we spoke broadly about education and access to jobs. And the idea I tried to promote was that the best policy for youth was not to deliver a highly degraded climate, and this can also be applied to biodiversity. Thank you. One last word.
I just want to see the system not only penalize the bad deed, but also reward a good deed. Example is Amazon. I think that Europe tried to introduce that penalty to import tax, something that if they see that the product deforests the Amazon. But vice versa, if you can also adopt a policy to provide the resources to indigenous people, the forest community, so that they have an incentive to increase the asset of the nature of that is very much actually Beatrice right. That proposal. It's only so we need to see both. That's why I'm saying that the nature as an asset class. Oui. If we can do it, that's
le côté positif. Très bien, merci beaucoup à tous. Il est 20h. Merci d'être restés jusqu'à présent. Vous pouvez les applaudir. Antoine Préau, Naoko Ishii, Brice Pochet, Justin Vaïs et Béatrice Védéric Moreau. Merci à tous et bonne soirée.